Okay, so today I'll continue my little Roblox permadeath challenge where I'm going through chess, and of course, I remain undefeated between probably what has been 3 sessions now. My first time playing Roblox overall, which I just played like maybe a game, just I was going through different games, so it wasn't really about chess. But I figured, oh, I may as well just try it. Then, and again, that's a pretty healthy player base because 480 must be who's playing right now, or I don't know, it can't be like in the whole history of the game, only 480 people have ever played, right? It must be right now, which that almost seems too high. And in fact, it doesn't even make sense because when you go in there, you'll see how many people are there. I don't know, maybe just today or something. But no, I did the first episode, so that was not really a chess episode, but I still played it. Then I did the other one as part of my chess video game anthology series, where I like tried to play chess in other games, like Gary's Mod or whatever, in some other weird form. And then finally, we did it yesterday, so I should try to focus a little better. Again, don't let your opponents dictate your level of play because of the simple fact, yeah, 2 days in a row we're getting a bonus. Don't let yeah, it can't be that there's 400 players. But don't let the fact that, again, you're playing against bad players limit your level of play. You can still play at a good level, or maybe just take some time for them to load in. Or they might not all show up or something, and it doesn't matter because as long as you're, it's very easy to find these queue times, and I assume that most of them aren't bots, especially with some of these flashy appearances here. Am I gonna get banned because I can't show, oh, the Russian flag, like carjacking gets banned because of the fucking whatever. Right, that's one of the dumbest moments in professional chess history, that Sergei Karjakin, one of the best players in the world, the person who competed for the world championship in against Magnus Carlsen, I believe in 2016, right? It must have been, or whatever. At some point, he competed in the world championship against Magnus and actually beat him in one game. So the point is, he's clearly a world-class player. He says something positive about the Ukraine invasion of Russia, which obviously we can disagree with and say, okay, that's wrong, blah, blah, blah. But then he gets banned from playing in chess events. To me, that's utterly stupid and not what chess is about, because it's supposed to be a meritocracy in which, again, you're good at playing a board game. That has nothing to do with your political beliefs. If he tries to say those things at the event itself, that's not what the nature of what he was doing is, but if he says it there, you can at least admonish him and take away the mic and stuff like that, but he should still be able to play, right? Because what I don't like about that standard too is the fact that you're basically saying that you vouch for the beliefs of all people. Like, what if somebody, Hikaru believes the earth is flat or whatever? Like, people could have all kind of controversial views, but it doesn't matter because obviously that's not the point. You're not vouching for their views in that way. Okay, this is pretty good because you get a sort of a forking capability. Oh, but I always do that. He didn't take advantage of it, but like where I'm so excited to try to trade. Fucking, I'm playing like garbage, so. Gotta treat the opening like the stale, boring shit that it is. And don't go too fast. We are playing a proper 10-minute time format. So draws obviously don't count against us. I can't really tell whether I've gotten a draw or not. Or I was almost worried that like somehow you would be in a position to what the fuck is that? That maybe threefold repetition and things like that won't work because this game isn't that advanced or something, but I don't know to what extent that's actually true. Right, like would it really acknowledge threefold repetition and stuff? It should, but yeah, this is one of those like almost meme-worthy things to do, but it's, again, chess is still chess, but there's no reason why any of these players should really be that good, but you never know. Or some good player would see this, like see me streaming this and see that it's permadeath, and just, if I was a bigger streamer or something at least, and they would do it just to troll me, like, oh, they'll come in and they'll just fucking download Roblox just to beat me in it, just to end my run. But I doubt that would happen. That's the one benefit of being a small streamer, but You know, a lot of what I do is almost tends to be more suited for YouTube in the long run. Like it's just some sort of very unique formats that I do, and it's, you know, the format speaks for itself. Now you can't take with the queen, you can't take there, so now all you have to do is you have to decide to, with this open, we could try to bring the queen in. Everything's fine with respect to the actual this, right? That's fine. Now the rook comes in and that is open, so that's a little bit concerning. What you can do now is you can try to bring in maybe the knight as well. I should probably take this myself though. You gotta watch what you can do here. I don't know what exactly that queen move does. This music is maybe getting a little old, but I don't think you can really change it. Obama background we could use. What else do we have? Settings, default, feedback, camera sensitivity. Obviously, we're not going to be using like a mic or anything. Voice chat. Yeah, it's cool looking at all these players' fits, all the cool cosmetics and stuff, because I don't have any myself, and unless I use Robux, I wouldn't be able to really do that. I'm like 1100 something elo, climbing up the ranks, but I mean that's just based on how you start, right? You start at like 1,000 or something. That one also seems like a blunder. I mean, I guess it would equate to the trading capability, but okay, they give up. I mean, when you blunder your queen, I can't exactly feel too, you know, bad for you. You don't need to be a good player not to do that, or at least not in a basic single move. You know, you're just hanging it, you're just giving it up. It's not like, oh, I'm doing some crazy creative fork sack play. Oh brother, this guy stings. Yeah, let's look at the leaderboard. I'm gonna be on there 1636, 1600. Maybe it is more active than you would think. Like, I don't mind playing that, but how do I know what the match is? That's what's not acceptable. So if it's not a 10-minute game, then how do I know? That's so bullshit. Like, I'll make an exception. Yeah, like I lost the game in one of those other variant type of modes. Like, that isn't gonna count because I don't even know if what I'm playing when I see that. So I don't mind accepting people's challenges, but it could be a minute game, so it'll only count. I'll say that explicitly. It'll only count if it's a 10-minute game and if it is a standard chess game, right? If I want to play some other weird mode, then that's fine. So I don't really get what this is about. Now, even if you force this to move somehow, you can obviously go here and then you still cover that. Yeah, this is a sign of an amateur novice player right there. Just the fact that you have it's just kind of fun to go around, like that he moves the queen so much in the opening. It's fun to go around and just challenge random people, or if they challenge you and stuff. But now you're obligated to go here. Wait, what? Like, what are these people thinking about? You don't have to be a good player to do it. I'm all worried about him challenging me too. Let me look at my little coin total. It would be fun to sort of buy a new board here. 1153 elo. That one wouldn't even have given me elo, really. 169 coins. Okay, is it the same guy or who is this? 10-minute game. Okay, he wants revenge, rematch, but these should count as rated too, because like, why not? I guess so you can't just farm out and do whatever you want. Okay, let's go simple. I like how I even would play sort of the King's Indian in a certain way, like similar, even though I didn't know what it was or anything. You're moving the queen way too much in the opening, I can tell you that for sure. Is a mistake. This does make me a little uncomfortable because I hate these kingside pawn pushes. It almost makes me not want to it almost makes me not want to even do this at all. The kingside castle. So now I almost want to raise this to the point of, oh no, we're attacking with the bishop and some kind of weird cheeky double threat. So I've had some losing positions in these games and I've played kind of badly in a lot of them, but I still end up winning. That's the kind of little extra leash that you get when you're playing against bad players, but you can't take that chance, right? All it would take is one of those kind of games to end this legendary streak that we're going to go on. So now you're looking at the pawn. Again, it wouldn't really matter because you move the rook, I take, you can still take. But it's just kind of a cute little thing that they might fuck up. Which those are the exact kind of plays you shouldn't make. Because when you do that against a good player, they'll take something that's a little suboptimal inaccuracy and turn it into something good for themselves. Faster, fast boy. But it should really tell you what they're challenging you to. But whatever. So you go here. That's a little bit scary, actually. But I'm not sure if he understands fully the implication of it. Right, we can just castle and it's fine. You can take with the stupid ass queen here. I could take this, but then he could like pin it down or something. You almost want to take with the queen itself, and then whatever you do, I would take. You have the end position capability, and I don't see what the downside of it is. Doesn't change anything with the position. Like sometimes it's just people trying to be too fancy or something. Now this is cute because even if you take, I still take. And the reason why is because you would be unpinning the knight. But see, some of this I'm even doing too much with this. Like, you don't need to be playing exactly like this. I could go here, and then even if you trapped it, it would have a certain relevancy to it. Okay, that's at least still covered. So material-wise is pretty much fine. I'm up a couple pawns here. You know, these are the kind of positions that I thrive on because you can't beat me when there's so little material on the board. My only concern is if they do something crazy in the opening. This pawn is actually covered adequately. You just have to get used to, like, you know, don't worry about who the opponent is. They could be 2,000 plus, they could be 0. You should still play at a generally similar solid level, but I'm not like that at all. I'll play much better if it's somebody better because I, you know, play up to competition, down to competition. Like, it's all just the effort level, and it shouldn't be like that. That is my biggest weakness. Because I'm playing Roblox chess, haha, against a bunch of little kid clowns who probably don't even play chess and are just doing it in this as a novelty. And because you can get away with so much, you end up playing badly, but... Because it's like that extra layer of calculation. People take that for granted, like... You know, oh, you just got to sit there and think. But, like, why would you if you don't feel like you have to, right? It's very tricky to get yourself to do that. So that effort level is very, very tough. There's something you could have done with this to, like, pin that. But now you're threatening a fork. Even if you go here, I can turn this into, like, a hexagon knight or whatever we're doing. Right? That's a good outpost because you can't do anything to it. You could even do it here would be the better one, I guess. Right, because you still can't push it out. Well, now you're just screwed. This isn't going to do much of anything. None of this would really require you to be good at the game or to be studied or learned or whatever. But I'm not anyway. I'm not any of those things. But the reality is that... I don't know. Like, what am I doing that's like, oh yeah, this is some established line? I guess partly the opening I know a little bit, but just because I keep doing the same one over and over. That's one of my many chess challenges. How far can you get by using the same opening over and over and only the same fucking one? Sure, some of what I do is reactive and different based on what they're doing, but you know what I mean? Like, it's always the same shit. King's pawn, King's Indian... I still wouldn't say I'm an expert on them, but I must be at least moderate because it works well enough where I don't... In the end, it's not like you're winning in the opening or doing something crazy. You're just trying to survive and not lose like that, and then everything else ends up being fine. One of these pawns you're going to lose pretty much no matter what anyway, but it doesn't matter. This should just be a mate then at that point because, yeah. I don't know why I'm so unconfident when it comes to mates because it's like... I don't know, I just have that sort of mental block. Like, I don't care, and I'm not really looking for them. My whole style of play is tuned for, like, something else. It's like, I won't lose, or I'll, you know, I'm more worried about what they're doing. I don't care so much about what I'm doing. You have to kind of overcome that, but you have, like, a certain reason for doing it, too. Because the rationale is the simple fact that The rationale is the simple fact that you have you don't really think you're that good or whatever. You're trying to minimize what they're doing instead of worrying about what you're doing, because then you end up losing because you sack something or an attack fails and then it comes back to bite you. So unless you're really good and you really know what you're doing, you shouldn't worry about stuff like that. Well, let's challenge this guy in the fucking... Oh wait, I'm gold now, actually. I wasn't able to go in here before. What comes after that? These aren't even rated games, but it can still be fun. Here we go. Blitzen, does that mean he's really fast? Because that's one way to beat me. Like, I was down to like 3 minutes in one of these games. Or that'll be too long of a time format for these little ADHD kids. With all due respect, like, it's too... You know, but... That's my biggest thing that I find. Like, streamers misrepresent the game of chess and they actually harm it because all this kind of showy blitz bullet stuff, oh look how fast they are, they're so good, blah blah blah, none of that matters. It's all just for show, because how do you actually get better at chess, or how do you actually get to the point where you're even as good as those people supposedly are? And the way that you do that is by playing the longer formats, because you can actually think about and process what you're doing and try to calculate and learn. All this bullet blitz fascination is completely antithetical to how the game actually works. Nobody learns the game like that. Nobody studies the game like that. Nobody gets better at the game like that. Right? It's completely trash. That's a weird move actually, because, well, this pawn structure is a little weird. I should try to be a little more instructive with my commentary and stuff too, but I don't know. Like, I don't really have much of a thought process. It's all just very basic, but it always tends to work for me. Now, you have a pin situation, so they couldn't take even if they wanted to. So what I would rather do is almost like, let me create more threats on there so I can like possibly double take. Because if I do this, I could take, they could take, I could... No, but it might fuck up something with the queen here. I could take with the pawn, they could take with the pawn, I could take with the bishop, they could take with the bishop, I could take with the knight, they could take with the knight. I would take, they would, but I guess what I would do is I would force them to take with the pawn. So I could take with, I would take pawn, okay, I would take, they would take, I would take, they would take. It would fuck up this, but it wouldn't really matter that much. Let's just take now. As I often am lazy like that, like I'll just go for the easiest, simplest kind of thing, even if it's not the best. So if you take with this, I'm happy to trade. If you don't, I can't really do anything else. If you raise it, it's fine. Or, you know, I was wrong in my whole premise. They could have taken all along. I'm acting like the rook is open already. Right, so don't, you know, you got to think one step ahead, but don't think too far ahead, because you have to realize where you still are in the present. Like, don't imagine some position that's not actually there. Now, this is good for the simple fact that you're able to... Well, the knight can still be a fucking nuisance, but we're threatening the stupid-ass pawn, and the reason why is because I still can't take it, though. I would take, you would take, I would take, you would still take. And so you have the ability to... I don't know if you have, like, the best arrows and stuff you can really do with this. I don't mind the visual, but I would like to be able to change the music, and I would like to also be able to... I guess I could just mute it and play my own music, but I would like to change the music, and I would also like to change the background, aside from to Obama's face. Obama is the real threat to democracy because he tried to do the third term through fucking Biden, which he even explicitly said that. That's one of those things like, oh, if Trump said that, it's the end of the world. But I guess if Trump says literally fucking anything, people act like that. You can go here and try to cover it, or you can just go like, no, but you'll fork. This is a very dangerous... See, that's an amazing move. That is an unbelievable fucking move that the guy just made. And then he can still try to get rid of it in some other way, so... So more than likely what I should just do is move one of the rooks. And the reason why is because then even if you assume that like he'll move this, then he'll move the pawn, he'll take this, then then I'll take this, but then he'll get the fork afterwards. So it's because then that's no longer covered. So even if you assume you're going to lose that pawn, you want to make sure you at least don't get forked in the process. Right, but he's not doing it necessarily, and I almost would be compelled to do this for that reason, because it's such an awkward spot that there's nothing you can actually do about it. But then I guess you could even raise to here and push it out that way. So why don't we instead just push out his knight, period? And the reason why is because what does he do then? I just love to picture, like, who are these people who are actually playing this? You're playing chess in Roblox, of all things. This is meant to just be a kid with an adult's face based on the whatever appearance, but it's actually it makes him look like he's very smug. You could move this. This pawn doesn't really have much importance right now. I can't take this still. I don't know. Something's not right. This bishop is impossible to get out of there. Here, this seems like an awkward move, but I'll still do it. There's always this thing like, oh, attack the center with the knight, so you always got to put it in a weird, undesirable spot. I'll do this just for the sake of being able to open the bishop finally and just try to, you know, connect the rooks. So this can go here, or it can go there, which isn't the greatest either. Damn, I'm not having much luck with the bishop at all this game. If you go here, you're attacking this. I don't really know what it's doing, but you gotta just assume, like, okay, what if they go there? Then it's just kind of annoying. Like, where could they put the knight? That's really a problem. They just want to trade into there. So even if you go here, then I take, then I kind of attack both of those. So if I can put a certain amount of pressure on the knight itself, like I would take, you would take. If I had another taker now, I could do that whole thing all over again. Or I'll just take it, I don't care. At some point, if the game drags on for a certain period of time, a certain number of moves at least, I start to get sort of antsy, and then I like to just trade for the sake of it, like, you know. Now, this is the principle of, like, you know, you don't want to be the one to trade because then they get the open file and you can't necessarily take it back. So now you want them to trade, so I take the open file and they can't necessarily take it back. But then again, they kind of can because they have the bishop cover, and then I would just take again, so it's fine. But I don't see the reason to really trade myself. So I want to develop something more. Like the knight I want to bring out to here. See, like, it ends up in a spot like this, and you know that's not a good move or a good position for it, but you end up doing it. This guy might actually be pretty good. Or, I mean, I guess he's in the gold territory, so you would know. See, a game like this should count, whether it's rated or not, because it's a 10-minute game against a, you know, normal standard format game, so I don't know what this means in the bottom, the time, like, that's maybe where the timer should be, but I always want these games to make you simulate the act of hitting that little button thing that they do, the stupid ass what do you call it, the whatever, that thing you hit, I don't even know what it's called, and I've never used one in my life, where you hit the side and it changes the time to the other side. So they go back, so this is still covered. Not entirely sure what I should be looking for here. I could try to double stack, but I actually don't see a good path to doing it. Like, maybe I'll bring the king in for a double stack. I don't fucking know. There's no way to actually do it. Right, like, what good cover? No, I guess the knight is there, so I could just... I could do it like this, where I decide to come back and then I'm compelling the trade. So either they have to give up the open file, or I guess they don't, but then I would trade. So you're relying on the cover of the knight, because clearly the knight never fucks anything up. You have the bishop pair, I have the knight pair, and one bishop, which means they would have an advantage for that reason alone. Like, this guy might actually be pretty good. don't be deceived just by the fact that they play in fucking Roblox, myself included. Again, I'd like to think this isn't that different than how I would have always played, because I'm not really that much better. I think the main thing I did to get to 17 on Lichess was just I started to kind of deal with those time pressure situations a little better. It's not that I was really playing differently or playing better. I was just maybe a little faster or not choking completely on time. This could be problematic for the simple reason that you have it is problematic because you have to let him potentially take the knight. You got to find some sort of killer position for the knight at this stage, and that allows you to basically, you know, you go here, you double attack it. Your number of options to try to cover it are greatly diminishing, at least. You have that, you could raise the pawn here. I could bring the knight, bring the knight. Yeah, that's another fallacy that I find kind of dumb, though, in chess. Is like, people will always be like, you know, something to do with kids. Like, oh, it's so impressive if a kid does this, even if, man, this guy is actually not bad. I don't know what to do with this. Here, let's just raise this. There's nothing really problematic with the pawns here too much. You have the ability to... These knights are just so goddamn awkward. Hey Quicken, how's it going? This is getting out of hand. Roblox chess is wild, yeah. Well, let's see how good these people actually are on here, picking on little kids in Roblox. Okay, these pawns are fine, I guess. I don't really know what I'm doing with them. This should basically be a draw, as long as I don't flag. This guy is better than the vast majority of people on here, for sure. Alright, he's not doing anything obviously wrong. This is kind of an awkward spot. I should have won that pawn somehow earlier. So, let me try to take this. Otherwise, we get an octopus knight square there, I suppose. And then that would give me a passed pawn, which I probably won't be able to promote anyway, but yeah, I gotta save the PGN or whatever for this game and put it in an engine and see after. This was played at like a 90 accuracy level, like a grandmaster fucking game, because this is not a normal game. So that is not what I expected. I can't take it still. He'll move the king. I mean, nobody's doing anything that crazy, but it's just... It should just be draw by repetition kind of a match. Blitzen, send your friend request, okay. Mushroom 509. That's the whole beauty of chess. It doesn't matter where you play it. It's always just still the same game. It's very hard for him to get in here to attack anything else, so I'm at kind of a loss for what to do. And what you sometimes do in these positions is you end up doing it in such a way that you'll like force something. Like, I'll try to trade a pawn now and then I'll end up losing because of it. Like with the position we have now, it's virtually impossible for him to do anything. So you know it's going to be a draw, or I'll make him flag. But you try to force something. This is like the good naive nature that you have as a player, whatever, as a novice player, that you want to try to do something because it's kind of boring if you don't, but you know, then you end up just wasting time, because you could actually pin that to the king for whatever reason that you might want to. I really couldn't explain what I'm even trying to do. And this kid grew up to be the next fucking, the world's first 2900 rated player. And it all started in Roblox chess. I'm not even mad though, like it's fine. I'll take a draw. That doesn't count as a loss for me. So I don't know what. There's no clean way to do anything with these pawns. Like if I go here, then it fucks up my pawn position there. The one thing I care about a lot in the endgame is the aesthetic nature of the pawns. Even if you think, oh, well, this pawn's here and he can't target it or something. I don't want to have split pawns and double pawns and all this kind of weird stuff. There's nothing that I can come up with. That's so irritating. Like, there's just no opening. He won't move that. He won't do anything. This is covering the anchor, so there's no problem with it. If he goes down to there... Oh, what the fuck? Oh no, but now at least I can cover it with the king. It's possible I had maybe given that up from before. I'm not happy with this. Or now this at least prevents him from going there too. Right, this prevents the knight from coming in. This prevents the bishop from coming in. You gotta just do the stale repetitive position and just live with it. I might beat him on time actually, which is stupid and bullshit and I hate it, but the best you're gonna get. So we'll go here, I guess. So there's nothing really that he can do. Okay, that's gonna be interesting, but it doesn't do a whole lot. Right, you just can't touch it, but it at least forced me to move the pawn, but it doesn't really matter too much. I'm really gonna flag this guy as my only way of winning. But I don't know if this actually registers a threefold repetition or a draw. It may not. But you know what's really sad about this is the fact that this is still more active than most chess games. Like, you know, Chess Ultra or something. It'll still have more players on it than that. I don't know. If I go here, they would take, I would take, they would take, I could... You know, I hate... No, I'm not going to do it. I don't know what I want to even do, though. They could end up coming in here if I move too far away, so... They could give a check here, but it doesn't really do anything. That's the thing. It's such a stale, deadlock sort of position. There's just nothing there. You can't go there, you can't go there, you can't go there, you can't go there, you can't go there. You can't go there, you can't go there even. That may give you a passed pawn, actually. And you may celebrate that, but I don't think it's... I don't think it's really going to happen, but let's see what he comes up with. You know, that would be the obvious thing to try to take advantage... What? Okay, maybe he's not as good as I thought then. That would be the obvious way to try to make a passed pawn and do something with it. Everything else is stale and stagnant with the pawns. Like, I just don't know. He'll make a mistake because of time, of course, now, but there was really nothing I could do in this game. But then again, as black against an evenly matched, clearly a decent opponent. Like, I shouldn't be so shocked or so impressed, but I mean, clearly he's at least not completely terrible. So I can't do anything with this. I almost just can't even move at all. I don't know. This is what chess is like if you actually play it at a moderate intermediate level. Like, there's nothing you can do and it's boring. They would take, I would take... I don't know what's happening. Depending on which one they take with, it doesn't really matter though. Because yes, you could take with the... Oh, wait. Wait. Oh no, it's fine. I was gonna say, I could actually just get mated there. They would take, I would take, and now we have... Oh, please, don't tell me. It shouldn't really matter though, should it? Oh, I don't know. If they win this, man... If they win this, I'd be fucking shocked. But my dark square bishop is in such a bad spot that... Because the final square isn't going to be covered by the bishop. So now it comes down to... It's just like, I can't move my bishop. This is the problem with the game. Like, I can't move it. It's fucking stupid. You're really going to promote to do this? Are you fucking kidding me? Bro. What the fuck is this, dude? I don't understand. I don't. I just don't get it. What the fuck is that? This fucking bishop, man. See, like, I don't even blame the bishop when it's bad because it's my fault, but I don't understand how that happened. I can't move it. Like, there's nothing you can do with it. I don't understand how to play this. Just forget it. I guess I might lose this, which is actually just unconscionable. Like, how? How is that even possible? It might have been my desire to try to make something happen finally in a way that I can't really move the king. This is the problem. Can he even come in there though? Because it doesn't really feel like you should. Well, I don't know what to tell you, man. That is just. Maybe it shouldn't count unless it's a ranked game, but. What the fuck was that? Well, I guess that should count. What kind of a fucked up game was that? I mean, it was still drawish, but then I get maybe bored of the fact that fuck it, I should just go back to Lichess since I can't find anywhere else to fucking play. I've exhausted mobile games, I've exhausted this. What the fuck? So here I'll make an unexpected early return to Lichess, so I'll keep that permanent variant gauntlet going. But I guess I have some maybe psychological issue where I'm not even saying I'm playing at a very high level now, but and I'll keep the permadeath piece set and everything going, although that might be a little tricky too. But the point is that maybe I just play worse when it feels like it's on one of these other things, like a mobile game, or I'm not taking it as seriously. Like, let's just go into a rated game. So I haven't played in months, obviously, since I got, well, that doesn't count because it's against a viewer, but I haven't played in months since I got to 1700, and I was even doing some of the variant gauntlet on here. And for some reason, it's still not treating it as provisional, even though it should. I haven't played in a super long time. That's how stable my thing was, that it's only gone up to 71, right, from where it was at like 45. But yeah, when was the last game? It was June 18th, so June, July, August. So it's been at least 2 months then, right, in which I'm able to have gone to chess.com and do the permadeath variant gauntlet. So now we'll return with the permadeath piece set gauntlet where, but now I can reset to the beginning because we got to a new 100 mark, but I won't reset. I'll continue from where I am with it. And a lot of the themes and stuff, or a lot of the boards weren't really working too much. So whatever. If I lose, we'll figure that out. But let's just see. Maybe I have to refresh myself on what the level of play here actually is, because I can't understand some of these games that I'm playing. I'm playing against a provisional player myself, but maybe I'll take it more seriously like this. Maybe I'll play better like this. I just don't get it. Because I played really badly in all the other forms, which would almost give you an incentive not to even do this. Like, you should be worried, but I don't know. Let's just see what happens. You got to worry about time, and you got to kind of accept some of these drawish, annoying positions a lot. That was the number one cause of me losing, or like those are my two number causes of losing. Either I would basically do I would flag, so I just lose on time, or I'd make a mistake because I'm low on time, whatever. Or I would basically just be in a draw position, and I just hate draw, so I didn't want to take it. So then I feel like I basically would force something, and then I would end up losing because of that. So none of them are really like you're actually losing. You just have too much of a sense of honor or something. Or again, time is a legitimate thing, but it doesn't matter as much as people think. Where This should be perfectly fine. So I don't really want to do that trade, but unless I cover it some, see, now this is not a move that I would typically make, but I don't see what the harm is because, well, it's just kind of like a waste of a move because then you'll bring your rook up there and then you'll bring it back just because I don't want to fuck up my pawns, even though it kind of is still fucked up, arguably. If I take, this will be all split. Um, if they take, it's ugly either way, so I don't know. It's all fucking ugly position. Let me see. He's double attacking that, but it doesn't really matter even. Like, assume that I want to bring my thing back. So you could go here, I guess, because it covers both the pawn and the knight. So now I can bring it back, but then you can double take. So the knight, I mean, the rook being here is not very good, and I don't like it. And so maybe I should go like, I don't fucking know, man. They would take, I would take, they would take, I would take, they would take. If I move this, you get taken. And I don't understand, man. He'll do that to go here, like, obviously, but that's not even my concern. It's just like, I don't know what the fuck is going on in these games. Okay, you go here. You can just move this. It doesn't even bother me. It shouldn't change the fact that you're still adequately covered with this stupid ass pawn now. Where can the knight go? If they take, I can still take. If they take, I can still take. All this for one fucking pawn. Look at what I have to do for my whole position. Like, it makes no fucking sense. I don't see why this would matter that much. But if anything, it makes your pawns kind of ugly and shitty. Or it's gonna, oh, it's gonna be this, though. Okay, okay, dude. But you know, it's not even gonna be covered to the extent of... That's the weird thing about it. You'll be attacking this, but it's not even gonna be covered for now. So you have to address that first. And once you do that, then... I could also raise this to try to cover. This is a very fucked up position, though. I just want to say that. Like, bro, can I just, like, trade the queen or something? Because I don't like this. I don't care what you do with that. You would take, I would take. The rook is covered. The pawn is covered. Yeah, something's changed. Like, it's been a while since I played at some level like this. I'm not used to it. There was something better I was doing still. Now, this is cute, but it doesn't really work. If you can dislodge this, it'd be very strong. So I would take, you would take... If you move the knight, I can just take the queen. This is what I should be trying to take advantage of. But I don't know how... I don't know. I just don't know what's happening. This should lead to basically the same idea, but it'll still fuck up my king pawns a little bit too much. If you take, I can still take here. You take back. I take, or I take, get a pass pawn. And so what you're basically able to do is you're basically... Now, in fact, you can't take with this, so I'll take with this. If you take, I take. Okay. I mean, it's not a surprise. I mean, what do you want me to say, dude? Everybody's fucking try hard or something. And I'm obviously being super impatient. I don't get tilted by like the opponent because like I'm not even anything. I just get tilted by the game itself. Like it's just how chess works is so irritating sometimes. You know, it's these sort of stale, repetitive, stupid positions. So I just have to be better at preserving them and not get bored of it. Why is even this? Like you do that stupid fork play, I guess. It'd still be a fine position, but that whatever is happening with the pawn. See, you're just supposed to take though. By me trying not to do that, like if you have a trade, just do the trade. Like I don't fucking care. Now I have to change my whole cosmetics and everything. I don't even know where to go with the blue grid. Wait, what is? That's just a piece set apparently. Oh, I won't even be able to fucking find this shit now. Or some of them might be new and changed and stuff, but we were towards the bottom. I think it was maybe on here. Blue grid. You can't really control F this. Well, I guess you can find it because you can get the exact name. We'll change this and we'll change the art. So it's lichess.org theme, but it actually acted as a piece set here. Yeah, all I was trying to do is wait for the variant thing to be over, but since there's so many, it is not. Okay, here. So brown. So these are all going to change the piece set too. So a lot of the themes don't work necessarily on the background anymore. A lot of the boards don't work either. Like let me try a random board. Right, a lot of them are just bugged out now because of some update that they did. But with the board, I should still do something like I was trying to change the hue and everything of it. So we'll do that one, and then we'll do some sort of channel art, I guess, so that I can. I forget how I was even doing this. I had to put it on an Imgur link. All the yeah, I should make myself have to go through this amount of work to do it because that makes it really a penalty for losing. Right, the fact that I have to go through all this headache. So I wasn't playing very patiently at the very least. And so let me go to my YouTube and I'll get a couple of these. So we have, it was from the Mytha clip on. And this was sort of on my main channel. I guess my other channels, I use the same art over and over anyway. So just like with a different number for the series. So you have to go all the way back. I'll grab a couple of them just to be sure. And we'll put them on Imgur. Then we have to go through all this shit again. So how far in my channel art did I even get? Like this is it is not really too far. It was Mytha, Dark Souls 2 stuff. It should be coming out soon. The Smelter Demon was obviously after that. Fuck, I don't know. Still be relatively towards the beginning. Okay, here it is. Channeling, one of my things, hardest encounters. So now it'll be the most dedicated criminal in Liberty City. Proof positive that my permanent runs are cursed. The fucking Vice City, I had done both of the GTAs kind of together. Then attorney loses to a scarf. 3, 4, 5. That should be enough for this session alone, because clearly I'm going to go on a 5-game losing streak. Seems like an odd thing to do, but or some of these end up not even letting you. Yeah. See, I have to find some third-party way to download them. It's a lot of work. Download YouTube thumbnail. Then I have to go on my Imgur as well. Like fuck me, dude. Yeah, well, maybe I'll look at that game a little bit because I want to understand. I kind of don't even like analyzing my games too much. This is what always happens. I end up going on a bad streak because I'm just like out of touch or something. Okay, now I can't remember my password or anything here. Yeah, you put the Imgur link in like the background itself. For fuck's sake, yeah, I shouldn't have even bothered doing this. Fucking stupid. Okay, I can't even find my fucking account on here. Hmm, okay. Yeah, I was trying to go through all my channel arts and show it in such a way that whatever, just we can use that as the criteria here. Reset Imgur password. One number, one letter. Oh my fucking god, man. Maybe I should have make a point to try to do classical now, but the fact of the matter is that I'm on the brink of failing on that challenge because if I fall below 16, I would have to, delete my account. So I went on a bad streak there as well. I mean, at least let it come down to the time aspect, like where if I was able to. Okay, page isn't working, so I guess I just can't use Imgur anymore. That's cool. But to find some other site, like I don't know what the fuck is going on. Just a sign I shouldn't even fucking play this right now because I'll go on a bad streak anyway. Oh my god. Okay, Imgur alternative. Okay, so the one rule that I broke there too is like moving too fast, where I also had time. Like they played decently well, but you know what I mean? It's the same thing over and over. Like I'm just too. It's not really like chess is my kind of game because I'm just too impatient for it. Even though I play much better, again, longer formats and stuff. I allowed this position in a way that you really don't need to do. You should have just traded when typically I'm a big fan of trading anyway, but obviously it's not that it's not something you can see. And like the speed with which he is doing some of this stuff is so impressive too. What is the time, Sam? Yeah, you have 5 minutes left, so I don't know what to tell you. It's just my biggest weakness is my lack of interest actually in the game. So he's 1700. We should get back like the 12 back for this though, because I'm sort of semi-provisional because I lost like 12 for them. Or maybe it was because he was provisional that I lost 12 for it. You just hurry up and fucking play, man. What the fuck are you afraid of? All these fucking moron clowns, 2,000 games played. Just play the fucking game, then. You're white. What are you afraid of? Yeah, you should ban, like, fucking, what are you wasting my time for? Just ban the clown. And actually concentrate one game and try to play at a moderate level, which I seem basically incapable of actually doing anymore. But yeah, my whole style of play is predicated largely on effort. So it's not a case of don't move too fast, don't. Now this would actually be dangerous if I took though. I don't want to take because now you're attacking with too many things. They would take. I would take. Well, I guess not really, but these pawns are a little weird too because you wouldn't really want to do that. Yeah, don't move too fast, but also you got to worry about time and don't flag. This was the most dedicated criminal in Liberty City thing. There's nowhere they can move the knight that would actually bother me. Right? It's like, oh no, they get unleashed and then my thing's not covered. But now the question is, do I actually want to do that? And the answer is yes, because why not? Just trade. Maybe I'm being less selective with trades than I normally am, but I don't know. So how could I become this much worse though? In such a short span of time. So like this is still fine. Look, man. He doesn't want to give that spot up. It's not even pinned though, and I can even do this. And the reason why, well, you almost want to do this to try to double attack, but then it's not even going to really happen. Now this becomes a strong move, of course. I just don't want to go on a bad streak because I had gotten to 17 or whatever, but what was even that? Okay, you castle. You can just go like this, I guess. But yeah, like they were like going on a car chase, and then he knocks me in the fucking water, and he dies too, but he takes me down with him. This one would open it to the queen, right? But you would take, I would take. You really don't need to make a move with that. Like this is actually fine, as much as these pawns don't seem that great. Maybe I'd even more consider this as being something I want to do. If he takes, I can take, and if he doesn't take, then it at least forces him to move it away. You're taking a center pawn with an outer pawn, basically either way, and I have both of my center pawns, even though this one's not exactly where you want it to go. You know, you're sort of avoiding the pin for now that he just refuses to give up. And so I don't want to do this with my pawns necessarily either. But yeah, look how fast I'm playing. This is sort of uncharacteristic too, even if it's like, oh, it's out of the opening or something. Like these players are good, but they're not that good. Where, you know, like the last game I was still my own worst enemy, where I'm creating that weird spot. Like if you have a chance to trade, just fucking trade. Like it's not that big of a deal. Now, if you end Pizan, that's kind of awkward. So I don't really know what to do about that because I don't want to put my pawn like that ever, but I also don't want to. You could bring the knight here actually now. And so now you're threatening the bishop itself. That would be okay. Nothing else crazy is happening. I like the way this pawn structure has actually turned out to some degree. You could maybe go like actually I don't know. Just go like that and then it's a good, you know, sort of V-shaped structure. Right, my core principles are always so good that I have this little pink flamingo thing that I do. So this you go here and it doesn't really bother me too much. Right, like why not just trade? Why not just do it? They don't have the bishop pair anymore. That doesn't bother me at all. Everything's fine. There's nothing you can do here. This is always covered by this. You could try to double attack it with the queen and that, which wouldn't be that big of a deal. See, now there's so much less material on the board that it would be very, very hard, very unlikely that you would actually be able to do anything too substantial here, which means it's probably going to be a draw, just like every other game ever. Like, it's never a high level argument that, oh, it's because only the highest level, like, you could go here and try to do something with the actual darks for a bishop, or I could try to take this one, double stack the. See, like, would that really be worth it? Let's say I do that and somehow double stack the pawn. Would that really be worth the trade at this stage in the game? And I feel like the bishop is more valuable than that. I'm fine with this, although I really just don't know, like, what we're trying to do here. I don't get it. Like, what is this knight even capable of doing in the game? Oh, I guess this is already a octopus knight position to the extent that you have, but how the fuck do I get it there? Oh, I don't know. There's no clean way to actually get there. You'd have to go here to here, and it's still not even like that. This is fine. I adequately covered. Everything's okay. And so now you just have to go through and like this is the part of chess that people don't get or don't like, you know. Anybody can just sit there and look through every move. So just fucking do it then. Like, you know, it's not fun. It's not arguably even that impressive because it feels like anybody could do it. And now through years of study, obviously that sort of shortens it and you know, but what's stopping you from just looking through every possibility here? So you wouldn't have an octopus knight position at all. You could take, I could still take back, and I'm happy with that trade. Oh, look at him, look at him. And now you're attacking an uncovered knight as well. So that's perfectly fine. You gotta watch for this one. I could just take the knight and make my life very easy with respect to the actual, you know, I could make my life very easy with respect to the ability to actually do the, have nothing else left on the board. But for some reason, I feel like the bishop is actually pretty good here. And so I don't know what exactly that move does for him. You just have to remember this isn't covered. And so now, if I open this, this seems like really daring and ballsy. They would take, I would take. This is where you lose the game. This is just it. But it seems like such a strong thing. Like you're attacking here. Just like these two pawns are both uncovered though in a way that is very disastrous. But again, I don't see the practical way that he can really approach this for the simple reality that um the king goes here, like where is he really attacking me from, and what does he really have to attack me with? The knight is not really well equipped for this kind of position, even though it is kind of closed for now. I'm happy with my pawn structure. I'm okay with everything, but the king side is a little weak, and I'm going for some brazen attack that is maybe a bit too much here. It's just so dumb how, I don't know, the perceptions around chess are all like the opposite of what it actually is. Oh, look at this innate genius. Also, have to study for 20 years and in the course of a game have to think, like, it's not innate at all. It's like fucking active practice. You actively have to calculate, which anybody can do to some degree, and then you actively have to study all the time, and which is fine. That doesn't mean it's a bad thing, but it's just the way that people talk about it and glorify it is a little bit too much. You could maybe sit it here again. Normally I would say just trade there. And so whether I take or whether they take, you should have this opening very clean. Yeah, I'm surprised I don't have the question mark in the provisional boost. You can stop playing for 2 months, but maybe that just means how solid my rating actually was, that people couldn't question it. You're attacking there. Okay, okay, dude. And we're gonna end up having to do this shit anyway. So here or there, I can't really say for sure which is better. I don't know. I feel like somehow this is better because then you could always bring something here if you really had to, if you really needed to cover that one. If you take there, I can take with the rook, which is the same as what it was before. I wouldn't want to do that. I want to attack this pawn in particular. And so that's beautiful. So this is a very strong, I can't even make the arrows. A very strong thing. I can only still take this too. So what you can do now, also this is pretty weak, so I would take, but I'm not able to take. You want to create a double stack, maybe a triple stack. I mean, maybe it's not all that strong, but it's the best thing you're going to ever come up with here. These pawns are pretty strong. Even though you have 2 anchors, it's still okay. Typically, you would have the king being expected to cover, like one on this side, but you have the ability to, do maybe double attack this. These are taking up a bit of time, but again, this is the one circumstance, like either you're gonna get a draw or you're gonna win. There should be no scenario where you can possibly lose. If they go there, I would take. The double stack is impending. You could always do something like this, but now see, this becomes very interesting because of the simple fact that, what you'll do is you'll come down, you'll force a trade, and then that no longer matters as much. So that's the problem. And so I don't really have to do anything. I don't have to move that at all. Right, I can just leave it. And so now, if I do it here, You bring this, I could take, and then it wouldn't matter. Well, but you wouldn't do it. That's the thing. You would do it. I would take, and then if you take, now you have tremendous pressure on there. You have one cover. You could go like this. The only thing stopping you from going like this is the fact that you can take here and check. Even with the queen there, I don't want that to happen right now. And so what you have is a simple ability to go here with the other rook, maybe, even though that's a little bit of a tedious play. But it seems like it is going to come down to the time element. But like, this is the thing. You can't, I can't beat him outright. He can't beat me outright. We just can't do it. Like, it's completely not a decisive game at a 1600 inflated level on a fucking website. It's just, there's no decisive outcome. You can say whatever you want. You can say there's some crazy thing. It's just not gonna happen. There was nothing there in the whole game. It was boring. It was stale, repetitive, drawish garbage. Chess in a nutshell. So you could have taken this thing anytime you fucking want. And if the queen gets displaced, I guess in the same degree, it would happen. So you'd be able to take it for free, right? If the queen is ever thrown off its position. So that's no longer relevant here. So we want to go like this because this square is very important to cover. There's no question about it. I don't really care too much about anything else. So now the bishop is free to move anywhere it wants. That would be the main thing I want to do, but now that does actually address it a little bit. If you go to here, I can go back. That's really what I overcame, I guess, when I was going from like 1650 to 17 or whatever before, is like you're basically able to, you know, deal with the tilt of time and what that does for you. Now you could do this, and the reason why is because, but it's risky anyway. It's risky, but it's crushing too at the same time because you can't worry about this. You can't worry about this. You got to worry about specific. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. I have no idea. But you would think something should happen. I don't fucking care, man. You would think you'd get the thing back. Like, I don't give a shit. Just the speed and confidence with which they make some of these moves just pisses me off. Like, how are you such a cocksure fucker that you're just gonna do that? It doesn't even mean it's good, but it just kind of pisses me off. So I won't even be able to do anything here because you move it and then I take and then you take and then I take, so it's fine. But you're letting your clock drain, so it's okay. So fucking annoying, man. Like, you wouldn't really want to do it, but I don't know what I want to do. You take here, I don't see what his other threat is, actually. You can't go anywhere into here, so fuck it, I guess. I don't see anything. You can't go here, 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 here. I can go like this and then we're triple attacking it. I can't do it still because obviously the queen is there. So it's only a -1. It's not the end of the world. You can attack this all around a little bit. Or no, I could just take it. You could attack it here. I could go back. I don't necessarily even want to trade it as the thing, but I would love to just keep my queen there and then go like this, but then it's not going to work. Well, it kind of would. Or like they would take, I would take, then they would still yeah, that would actually be bad if, well, if they're already there. Wait, no, if I go here, well, they're gonna flag, but let me not worry about that and still try to play. Like, whatever advantage they have is not going to be enough to just win the game. Even if you go back, you trade. So it's going to be a game where they play generally okay. And the fact of the matter is that you're going to lose to time, which is very fun and interactive and highly instructive, right? Because that's just how the game is. Okay, that's a good thing, but you're giving up a lot of pawns. You're giving up a fuckload of pawns here. I'll just take it. They just gave up 2 pawns for seemingly no reason at all because it doesn't improve their position at all. Whatever minor advantage they got with the knight, that move thoroughly triggered me just because of the fact that okay, now how do I get back into here where I get to if you take, I take, it doesn't change anything. I just want to get back here if in case I need to. They're covering this one now in just a fine way, so you would have plenty of value on the other side. I'm fine with doing this now with the amount of time that we have. You know, if you flag me or beat me with fucking 11 seconds, you can have it, bro. You know, again, it might not be the best thing, but you're double stacking. Doesn't really matter too much to me. This is a pretty good outpost. Wait, what? What? What is happening? Yeah, you're gonna win. You're gonna win the game, dude. You're gonna win the game. By the way, like fucking whatever, bro. Yeah, we get our little rating back. I'm just getting triggered by the whole experience of playing this because even when you win, it's not for the right reason. But that's just how the game works. Like, you're really gonna flag somebody in a 10-minute game where generally they actually played better somehow. I don't really get how. I couldn't explain it, but you're supposed to just go back. You go here, I could take. You go there, I could take. So that's fine, and then you get to basically, yeah, these moves are all kind of aimless. Or even at the end here, well, if you went there, then they would take that, though. Isn't that the thing? Like, let's say she like, what the fuck? You just don't care. But you should arguably almost be winning here because of the simple fact that, these pawns on this side look actually pretty dominating. I'm shocked that you're actually not winning. But they're going to be posing like some potential mate threat or some shit here with the double rooks. But this looks so strong. You know, you just get one pass pawn through. It shouldn't be that difficult, but somehow it is still a dead draw position. As is every position ever. As is, you know, whatever. Just the fact that I won because of time. So you go to here, you gotta be a little careful of some cheeky opening things. That's not a very common move. You have to consider the fact that you should be able to castle here relatively comfortably. If you give a check, okay, that's fine. I'm gonna be ready to castle before you can even do anything, so everything's fine with that. Don't go too fast though. How many games has he played? 2,000 games versus what is it, like just over 1,000. Now you have the ability to try to push this out. If you take, I take. You queenside castle, which is not really something that I would advise, right? Especially as black, I don't think I really understand. Okay, dude, okay. Okay, so I would take, you would take, then you can't do that, but then it's a simple, I would take, okay. It's a simple matter of pushing out the knight, which would be easy enough to do. What if I do this like here though now, because you get to double take then. Right, so you'd be setting up for, in fact, a triple take. I would take, you would take, I would take, you would take, I would still take. You could take with the knight itself, you could take with the queen. Doesn't seem to matter a whole lot. This would be maybe a little bit annoying. I don't really want the thing there anyway. But then you'll come and then you'll force me to go back. I really don't like that move, but okay. Now, if you do anything with the Dark Spear Bishop, you're able to basically... If you do anything with the Dark Spear Bishop, you're able to basically take onto there. So what you have now is a simple ability to look at it from a perspective that you can't really take here or allow that to happen. So what you can do is if I go here, then what happens? They'll raise the pawn like if they raise there, I can raise there. If they raise there, I can raise there. Even though it's not really ideal, I wouldn't almost mind even doing this. So then I would take, you would take, I would take, something like that. The problem is that dark square thing is way too open to you. And the reason why, oh my god, man. Everybody knows that only kingside pawn pushes, so how this guy is fucking playing it perfectly. Even, I would take, you would take, I would take, you would take. I guess I could just not take though. It's kind of like I could take partially and then go ahead, go like this and try to distract from the whole issue here. And I just don't really know. I mean, it would prevent you from immediately mating in that way, at least. Like, I just don't really understand what's going on though. If I go to here, you go to there. All this dinky little fucking pawn. So at least if you go here, it allows you to basically cover that there by putting it. I don't fucking know. You go to here, I go back, but now we can raise this thereby. But then you could raise this, but I don't know, man. Why are these positions? Look at his speed too. Why are these positions becoming so busted so early and stuff? So now you could just not take, or you would have to protect this, I guess. It doesn't even seem really all that bad of a position, but just that H file can be so deadly sometimes. So if I take, I'm probably going to get mated. If I don't take, that's still a bad spot to be in, and I can't do anything else about it. So it's like, I really don't know what to tell you. It's just going to be a disaster no matter what. I just can't do anything. I mean, you'll just do whatever you want. You go ahead, you take. I just, this style of play triggers me more than anything. Like, I just can't deal with that. And you really think you can get away with this at such a moderate level? Like, if you could just cover that, like, at some point you almost have to just sack a piece and it's okay because, you know, it's worth it to try to make up for all this. So if you go back to here, you can, you effectively have to cover this pawn. And the act of doing that is virtually impossible, so you may as well not even bother. Go to here. I just don't know. I'll even honestly just admit I have no idea what this is. Everything is just claustrophobic, ugly, dumb shit. Like, let's just use this as a chance to study this fucking clown level of play. And I'm sure it's not good, but unless you know exactly how to play it, it's just a waste of your time. This is what's so boring about it. It's like I don't even care. Just like the way he's playing is just stupid. This is not a good, what he's doing is not really good, but you can get away with it because I don't know exactly how to play it. I mean, I guess if you neutralize this one, you'll come like that, and then I'm just fucked. there's really nothing I can do about it, so I don't know, man. There's just nothing. Like your pieces are just fucked. They're claustrophobic. They can't do anything. You just kind of sit here and just watch. So if you have the balls to queenside castle, if you have the balls to do a kingside pawn push, if you have the balls to do all this, you can get away with it. But I just can't believe it. Somehow he'll find a way. I don't see it, but he'll somehow find a way to just make me like this. You go like this, you attack it again. I just can't understand how this game works sometimes. You're threatening, you're also covering, he'll also deal with that as well. Like fuck it. There's no move in which this guy is ever going to be off his attack. He's just unbeatable. You may as well just not even play him. Like just forget it. He's just too good. Now you'll be attacking with this as well for the simple reality that you're attacking it with the bishop as well. You are able to cover pretty much every relevant square in the fucking game. You could go like this, but then I would go like this. Now you're attacking with the thing itself. The you can't move that. Boy, you would think something would sort of open up for me through all this, but it just won't, huh? So now go to here, I'm adequately attacking. It seems like his attack is dying out a little bit, but I still can't do a fucking thing about it. That's the really fun thing about it. Anywhere I move this is gonna be a fucking disaster too. He'll go there, like I don't care, man. You'll try to go for a fork or something, which isn't even there, but oh my god. If I do this now, does that change anything? Like he can't move that pawn. I can adequately take this all day long too. You're also covering this adequately. This knight isn't really doing fuck all though. That doesn't seem like a very strong move. Right, I don't see what that knight has to do with anything. If you at on any point are able to move this, you would get the queen, so I have to remember that. I'm just gonna flag. Like this guy is literally Judith Polgar times 10, and I just can't deal with it, so it's okay. And this is what you're gonna have to deal with. I mean, this is really how people play the game, huh? This is really how you play the game of chess. Like I want confirmation on that. This is actually how the game of chess is played at an 1800 level. Like, what the fuck is this, dude? What the fuck is this? Like, you don't deserve anything from this. You don't deserve to win the game. You don't deserve to play the game. You don't deserve anything. Go ahead, attack it there. I don't give a shit. Can't move the pawn. You're just gonna sit here all fucking day long. I don't care. I can just do that. I don't give a shit. You'll take, I'll take, you'll take. So what do I care? Like theoretically I could take, but I don't know. I can't explain it. I cannot explain this game. It's just there's nothing I can say. I mean, you have the triple stack, you have everything you need. Doesn't change anything with this. You can go to here, but then you'll get hit pretty hard. So is there nothing else? You can go like this, I guess. Now you have the knight covers knight. And the reason why that's relevant is because this is going to go on for a fucking century, but at least you have I don't know why that bishop move was even necessary to that. Maybe he could have pushed it out otherwise. You're forking it there, which is cute. And so I don't care. Even if you do that, I don't care. You would take, I would still take. You would take, I would take. It's okay, man. It's okay. I shouldn't really lose too much for that 100 rating higher, but again, this style of play is not something that's actually going to serve you too well. But you know what I mean? Like it really won't work. You know, if you're playing other 1800s or decent opponents or anything, it just doesn't work. But I don't care. It's still fine. Like you're still not mated, but just not the right way to play. Octopus Knight, that's really gonna carry your dumbass too. It's just so it's fool's gold, really. Like you don't understand. You don't understand what you're actually doing here. It won't work. Like just study whatever shit. It won't work. There's just nothing to that. There's like a million. I mean, it's my fault too, but again, I'm too slow to even do it. There's a million opportunities probably to punish that, or just to even stop it. Just because I don't know exactly how to do that does not mean it's actually a good way to play. Uh, I didn't lose too much. I mean, 9 is still a decent amount though. So let me maybe do one more and get. I'm getting triggered actually a decent amount by some of these games just because. Or no, let me not even do another one, but whatever. We're back on Lichess, and I just don't. I wouldn't claim to understand what this is, but let's actually study it. Let's try to learn. What are you supposed to do when they push their pawns like this? Which is often not something that I do. Like, you're not meant to go there. So what are you meant to do? Just randomly do this, open the dark square bishop. But you can't even look at the engine moves because you don't know that that's necessarily what they were going to do. And so now, like, what is it saying? Okay, what is it? So what is it? What if you just do that? Okay, just take with something other than the pawn to kind of preserve this. That kind of makes sense at least. So try to take with the queen, try to open the dark square bishop itself. And again, this is just such a busted position, and I know it's a busted position, but You got to realize the dangers of the H file and all that. This is a blunder, so you can just take it. But I thought, oh, because you get, oh, okay. If you're giving a check, like I even had this set up, like, oh, I could take it, I could even double take it. But I thought you would take and then mate, like take and then mate. But because it's a check, but wait, even after that, you're still losing so badly. What the fuck? I'm even saying like, oh, they should be doing something that's punishable, but you're desperately trying to trade, which they actually do, but they're still winning by a substantial amount. Okay, whatever. See you later. Okay, so today I'm going to continue my unexpected and sudden return to Lichess because I was trying to wait till the end of my other permadeath gauntlet of the variants, but I tried playing in other forums, on other sites, on other, you know, in mobile games, in fucking Roblox, whatever, and it just, for some reason, and it's obviously my fault, but for some reason I just couldn't take it seriously. I have enough of a hard time taking it seriously even here, right, where I'm still playing like a clown, but maybe I'm a little out of touch, but there is something like that. This is where studying comes in. Once you get to a comfortable level, like you can play 2000 rated with your eyes closed and your blindfold, and that you get that comfort zone. That's not a question of, oh, innate ability, how good you are. That's a question of once you get there, then you're just there, right? You don't have to try as hard to do it. Whereas now it's like every game is like fucking super high effort, which is part of what I enjoy, but you got to get it to a point where you don't have to try so hard every time. Uh I think we had just done this. I can't remember now. Blue grid, brown hatch. I'm pretty positive. So, oh fuck, this is not gonna work. Or not all the themes are gonna have like coral. Like it's a theme which is meant for the background, but we obviously change these when we change these when I lose a game. So obviously I lost the game here. And for some reason Imgur wasn't working, so I have to use something else. I'm using all my channel arts here. So that was my death. That was my death in, it's not even a channel art, it's just a thumbnail for a random fucking video, all the videos on my channel, for whatever reason. So every time I lose, I have to change all this. So I changed the set, I changed this, now I changed the board, which sadly I can't do the boards the way I used to with all the custom boards. One of my favorite aesthetics ever, which I can't even do now, was the checkers board. So it was like black and red with the chess 24 pieces. That looks so fucking beautiful. I have some videos, I guess, of using it, but now we'll never get to see it again unless they update that. So yeah, we got the set, we got that. This is, but no, like I complete the mission and I'm celebrating, like, oh, it's not that it was that big of a deal. And I'm just walking down the street and then a car just fucking runs me over and one-shots me. At least in some of the other games, it wouldn't necessarily kill you like that if you get hit by a car, but you kind of get knocked off to the side. It doesn't always just kill you like that. That I wasn't even low on health or anything, I don't think. In fact, this doesn't even make sense. Isn't that supposed to be your health around that? I forget how Vice City does it. But I think that's where GTA 6 is actually taking place, in basically Vice City or somewhere like that, Miami type environment. So Coral. Let me look at the last game I played. We are going to take these very seriously, as if I should have to qualify that, but something always goes wrong. And I haven't used this feature in a while, obviously, because I haven't been on the chess. So yeah, we fell below 17, which is not a big surprise. So I lost the first game, which again, I was just being impatient and I was just tilted for even playing at this level anymore. This one, I didn't deserve to win. I wasn't winning. I might have even been losing. Although, probably not. But see, it's meant to be a draw, even in the analysis, but I would have probably lost because I'm such a clown. But also, I only won because of time, obviously, which normally is the opposite. I only normally lose because of time. This one triggered me like crazy because you have to realize, again, my whole defensive style of play is virtually impossible to beat, but we've drawn 2,000 players, we've beaten even 2,000 players, sometimes by attrition. Like, we've done so many crazy things with my style of play, which is incredibly validated at a low to intermediate level. Like, there's no denying the impact. But when you play like this, what the fuck is this? then I can't do anything. Like, I don't know what this is. Nobody plays like this. No professional player, no 2000 rated player, nobody. What are you, Richard Rapport? But even he would be fucking way more like, this is fucking stupid. Whatever it is you're doing, like, what is it that I'm doing wrong that I'm not getting here? Because I don't get it. Like, everything's fine. It's a beautiful position. It's fine. I guess maybe arguably you're castling too early, because when you see that they're queenside castling, I guess they do it after me. But if you get the impression they're doing that, you should maybe wait and bait them, because now I'm so vulnerable because of my king. So don't put the knight there and just leave it, which again, I don't really even know why that matters. You open the, like, let's just see how it plays out. Like, what is the point of this position? And literally, Stockfish itself could not explain to you what the fuck. Yes, of course, of course. You just give up the bishop and it's fine. Like, what the fuck kind of position is this, bro? What the fuck is this, dude? And now that's the whole thing you were trying to avoid. That's the whole point of what you were trying to avoid, is the H file being open. Bro. I mean, look, if you play like that, but no, I do have a weakness for kingside pawn pushes. I always say it, because I'm not going to be aggressive and I'm not going to punish you for doing that. And so I don't really understand. Like, I genuinely don't get what this position is all about. It makes no sense. I mean, arguably, it's just already over. Like, I just can't figure it out. Even as I'm looking at, like, what you're supposed to do, I still don't get it. It's just a nonsense position. It's just one of those really, really dumb specific things. Like, either you know it or you don't, and it just doesn't matter. And I'm just tilted by it, and I'm you know, at like 1 minute, and he's at like 9 minutes or something, or maybe not quite that bad. Right, so he's faster. He's, you know, maybe he studied this exact thing, but I just don't get what it even is. I guess what I do is I'm not making moves that are like super gonna throw them off, because they're not posing any threat to them, and so it's kind of like this looks fine. Like, this looks perfectly fine. So what is it that what is the move? What is the move? You're supposed to ignore that. Yeah, and then what? This is so stupid. So you put the queen there just so you don't have to I mean, that's fine. Like, it makes sense. Because yeah, you get sort of paranoid about, oh, I got to deal with all 3 pawns. If you just deal with one of them, then it really cuts off the whole, you know, just those two connected together are very hard to deal with. And in fact, this makes it still pretty bad, because even though the H file, well, I guess the idea here is you'll never let this open now. You'll never, even if they come down here, you'll just raise it and just deal with it. And that could still fuck you over too. But you just won't ever let them open the H file because it's so deadly. That feels like something you should easily know how to deal with by now, but or he put the worm. Everybody started doing that. Nobody did it before. I never did it before either. Like, where you put the actual symbol in your name. Okay, we gotta focus. Like, come on. I understand that this has been difficult for me, but we worked very, very hard to get here, honestly. And it took much longer than I expected, but you need to kind of show some proper respect of who you're playing against, and you can't get away with these clown behavior that we see people constantly do. So now here you'd be very inclined to trade, but now there is a major temptation. Like, oh, what if I try to double attack, right? But even if you double attack, it still doesn't really matter, right? So here's where I sometimes wait too long to trade, and then it fucks me over in the end. Like I'll just do it. I'll just trade. I don't care. I'm not going to preserve it. I'm not going to go back. It's just not going to happen. Now, a move like this is weird, and you shouldn't do it. And the reason why, like, I want to do the trade, but I also want to wait. And if you do the trade, now you understand. Now you understand that you're not trying to, I don't know. You kind of understand where your pawn structure is going, and it's going to be the whole light square V shape. I love this thing, actually. This is something that I categorically, patently came up with. Nobody ever said to do it like that in any form. Like, in fact, they tell you not to do it like that because you're supposed to do it like, you know, with the bishop pair. So it makes sense sometimes. It's not even always good. It's very situational, but there's something about it that's very I don't know. It's just very patented to my style. That and even like the anchor pawn thing. Nobody says it quite like that. Like these might be basic concepts, but you can go here and then you raise it. I shouldn't waste this much time in the opening, but sometimes I have to because I just can't. So I can't move this without doing something there. So this is going to be the problem. That this knight is going to give me a. You know what? I'll just go here then. It's going to give me a big fucking runaround. Now, for all intents and purposes, they block their own light square bishop's ability to go outside. So now, if I take, you take. So now you want to cover this, which is awkward, which you kind of have to. And then the best it's going to lead to is just. Look how long I left it. Now I will just take it, and it's fine. Now you can reinforce the center with that, which is arguably a bad thing, but they don't even do it. Now you can go to here, or you know what? Let's do this one first. And the reason why is because he might do something that would throw that off, but basically go here, and then the best you can hope for is you're just going to trade it. So even though I don't like knights, or I recognize how objectively flawed they can be compared to bishops, I often end up in positions where I have them just because I settle for the trade kind of too easily. So this V shape is pretty tough to deal with, and the reason why is because you have the single cover anchor pawn do all the work. I mean, it's hard to argue against this. How can you not see that, you know? Now, this is great. Oh, this is really great. Because now, even if you try to cover it, we got the rook. Doesn't matter. Yeah, go ahead, do it. Do it. You'll take the fucking pawn, but I'll take the fucking thing. I don't care. You take the pawn, I take the rook, and there's nothing you can take from there. Right, that is too dangerous. So you can take another pawn. Well, I won't let you, but that's definitely worth it. And now we just have to figure a way to consolidate the stupid ass knight to the extent that let's see, this this pawn is in question. So now got to figure out where can you potentially go with the knight, and there's not too many great places to go. And so we can kind of bully it around a little bit. So mainly there, you're just trying to basically cover the pawn. So there's nothing really too advanced with that. You can't deal with that, obviously. You can go here. No, just take. We got to stretch our little, very minor advantage of one fucking dinky pawn. There is a temptation to always push this one, but I'm not entirely sure about it. If I don't do that, then this is like a good spot for the knight, potentially. Let's use the opportunity to go here, even though it doesn't really do anything. Because I don't know really where I want to put the rooks here. Like, what is going to be the open file? That's cute, but as far as I can tell, it doesn't. Oh, it's this though, right? It doesn't actually do anything. You can just go there and it's fine, and it could even get trapped in too. So now they would take. I would take something like that. They could put maybe a. Or this is bad because you give up a passed pawn. So fuck off. Now do I have to come back just for that purpose? Like, but then you'll do it again too. That's the problem. You'll do it again. Now you're gonna make like a dumb move just to. It's gonna be impossible. You're not gonna be able to cover it, and so if I raise it, you can raise yours, and then that's bad, and it's a passed pawn. So I don't understand. Like, how is this possible? Now you could bring the rook, and now there's very fucking. There's nothing I like. Really, is this really what I have to do? Because I can almost guarantee it's not what I should do, but I don't get it. I'm 15 from 50 on chess.com. I might help every now and then. Oh, sure. How's it going? Yeah, I should be about 50 myself by now. If you take away like 100, whatever, 50 points of inflation. I was almost there anyway when I was playing there, but then I always keep failing my challenges and deleting my account. In fact, I think it's gone for good now. Maybe if you delete it too many times, they just don't even let you reopen it. So what the fuck is going on here? Like this is the kind of stuff I hate. Why does the knight have to be there? Why would that ever be something you have to do? It's one of those things like it's not the right move, but I don't know what else to do about it. Sometimes you just gotta play through it and just let them do something. Like I don't know what it's gonna be. That doesn't bother me at all. I'm fine with that. I don't care. Right now, if you raise, I take. I could care less about that. I want to do this. Like, why can't I do it? They would take, I would take, they would take, I would take, they would take, I would take, they would take. You would need like one more thing. But if I move this, the amount of pressure they're putting on this is fucking insane. If I do this, then I guess this is good because you could like, sure you could. No, it's too much pressure they're gonna put though. Something as simple as this can throw me the fuck off so hard. I don't know. I'm just at a loss. This whole thing is like fucked up. It's not going to lose you the game, especially when you're up. Yeah, see, this is why you shouldn't overthink it. Now I'm going to flag because I'm obsessing. I'm an OCD chess player. Like, it doesn't matter. I could give up this pawn and I can still draw the game easily. But because I want to not lose it so badly, that's fine. Who cares, man? Because I want to do that so badly, then I end up doing something else. Man, you can just have this pawn. It's gonna just drive me crazy the whole game. You can just have it. The light square bishop is threatening precisely nothing. Bro. I can't believe it. Like, why is it like this? I could just do this to threaten. There's nothing they're really threatening. I just have to speed up. That's my biggest weakness is only time. Only time. The song by Enya. Okay, if you raise, I take. It is very important to stop this, but I may just have to deal with it. I'll just keep going back and forth, bro. If you want to play like this, go ahead. Could be a draw. I'll take a draw. It's fine with me. You go here. Okay, that's kind of cute, I guess. I honestly might keep doing this. I don't know. I have no notion of anything here. I almost wanted to push this, but now it doesn't. This would be kind of okay, because even if you raise the pawn, I could take. Even if you take, I could take. Any angle you go at here should be good. Right? There's nothing bad about this. Moving pawn up would be better. Okay, too late now. I'm still very comfortable with this position. In fact, this one could be very strong now if you preserve it through all this madness. Even as much as I'm complaining about what I've had to do to cover it, I don't think there was ever a chance they could actually take it. Okay, I'm very happy with that. That pretty much just, that's it. Right, if you do that, it's a draw. I don't care. I don't even care about the time. I don't care about anything. You can go ahead. You can take that. This is covered. I'm just too slow though. This is my problem. I don't even need the cover, but then again, oh, I don't know. The knight can be so annoying sometimes. Does this mean I'll lose a rook for a bishop or not? No, because I'll get his bishop. He'll take, I'll take, he'll take, I'll still. What? What is that? No, it's still a pawn loss, so I could care less. This is so weird. It doesn't matter. Okay, take the pawn, but then I won't be able to take back or what? They take, I take. Okay, fine. Okay, they're gonna do some crazy pass pawn bullshit over here. Like, how is the knight so fucking useless all the time, man? It's just a liability. Like, I don't even need it to do anything. I just need it to not get taken. Okay, somehow, man, I don't like how I'm playing right now. Should be pretty easy to deal with now because you can just I can't even catch up to it. It doesn't even make any sense. Like this knight just can't do fuck all anything. And I had to waste a turn just trying to protect it too. Well, that was pretty shocking. So I mean, I guess I should worry about time more than anything else. I should have just given up that pawn earlier. It would have been easier to deal with. That's just like a nonsensical. All these games are like this. This is why, in a large part, I don't even like chess because if you can beat me in like a normal fucking classical game or something, I don't care. But this is like fucking trash. There was nothing decisive about that game. It's just like I know I'm gonna flag. I know it's gonna be something stupid. Fucking trash. It's things that just wouldn't happen if both players had more time. It would never be a decisive result, which is kind of how high level chess works anyway. But even if it wasn't at a high level, so what do we do with the pawn? Probably something very simple. I didn't even really have to worry about it. I could have just let it be. Everything's fine. You can trade. This bishop was really god level though the whole game. It was like so perfectly active. Yeah, this knight thing was just like, what is it that you want me to do? I just don't get it. You basically are giving up on it. Like you don't even care because you're giving him so many opportunities to take it. You do end up pushing it, which is kind of nonsensical. I don't know what you can really learn from that other than you push it now. Which again, I even said that, but then I'm like, oh, it's gonna be a pass pawn. So what the fuck? And it is. It is a pass pawn. It doesn't even matter. Like it's just, you're willing to give that up. That's a blunder. Why is it a blunder? Because then they do something stupid like, and then they blunder it back. So clear. Oh, okay. See, yeah, we didn't even see that one, either of us. I thought it was more just like, oh, now the thing is gonna, you end up getting sort of forked, even though that's not too big of a deal. The knight moves are always a blunder. You can just see how the knight always does that shit to me. That's a blunder. You're supposed to take with the other one, I guess. Take. Oh, okay. That makes actually a lot of sense. That move is exactly the point. You do that because now. Wait. This is a position we had, right? So then what did I do? You're supposed to do that, but I did this. You did this. No, wait. How? Our position was totally different because neither of the rooks were there. Or no, I get it. Because your rook would have been protecting here no matter what. But why? Okay, yeah, because this is only covering here, that would be covering, it's already there blocking its way, so that could make it a lot better. And for example, even if you move it away and then he's still covering there, you're only going to have the one cover, so you're never going to be able to promote because you're always going to be able to, well, no, you would still have to sack for it then, but I don't know. That always makes a lot of sense, that rook move, I like. Okay, let me change my art and shit then once more. This could be one of the beginnings of one of those bad streaks I always go on, though, and it usually happens right after I guess in this case, coming back to something, but right after I hit a certain checkpoint or milestone, right after that, I go on a bad streak. Like we even did that with classical. But in this case, I guess it's because we didn't play it for a long time. Sort of. I mean, I tried to sort of play a little bit in other forms, but clearly I was even worse there. Not that that should be, that shouldn't really have anything to do with it. So we'll put the background here. Okay, put the background. There was nothing about that game that was really novel to, you know, it was a very basic sort of position. That pawn, maybe I just over obsessed on it. So we'll go down to the boards again, or the whatever. I think his theme here, like the blue. What was it? Blue something? I wish you could like control F and search it here properly, but you can't. Oh, we'll get to the Star Wars one pretty soon. And as much as I like it, it's confusing though because there's two different sides for it. Coral, I guess we were on, so Dusk. Hey, this one's pretty cool. Okay, so let's do another one, but I'm not too happy with the way that one went. And of course, this background is you're gonna get a good butt shot at this guy the whole time, where I fail a first playthrough permadeath of the DLC of Dual Destinies, where whatever I lose to a scarf. Basically, like I don't know what the answer was, but which precipitated then I did the Great Ace Attorney and I fail that, and then so I'm not allowed to play any Phoenix Wright games for a while. So I'm actually 81, which is fucking nuts. Right, we're really gonna go on a bad streak and fall off now, it seems like. But let's at least be in control at the time a little more, which all these trades are definitely very beneficial to that extent, where you can just, not have to worry about it. And again, the knights can be extremely annoying in that way. I mean, they're just an objectively flawed piece. Like, there's nothing to even think about with that. They're just objectively flawed. Which, again, everyone has to deal with them, so you can work around it. But I hate when people try to argue that. So I have the Darks for Bishop, so I don't even really want to do this. But it's so tempting because we may get more trades as a result. Because, like, even if you take, I could take back. It's nothing to worry about. And if not, I'll be sure to take, so it won't linger. If you raise it, you still can't take the knight. Okay, dude, okay. You couldn't have just taken that, even. No, now I get into some unconventional weird thing that I don't need to be doing just because I was so obsessed with doing that. It didn't do me any good at all. It's not even a passed pawn, though. Now my Darks for Bishop is in a perfectly unpleasant spot. And quite frankly, I can't figure out what to do with the knight either. I could try to go like here into here. But then you could easily push it out so I won't even bother. Gotta watch out for the double diagonal threat there. I'm trying to play in too like novel or interesting of a way. I gotta remember the rhythm I got into of chess is a boring, shitty game. So you gotta play it like that and just expect to draw every time and just play for a draw. That is objectively the correct way to play, because then if you win by some chance, fine, but good chess players don't play for wins. They play for draws. Like, that's how it works. They might be looking harder and, more imaginative with attacks and stuff, but it's still, you have this underlying understanding that it is going to be a very drawish kind of clown show. I'm fine with just trading this. I don't even care. They have one bishop. That's fine. If you raise, I take. If you take, I take. I've never reported anybody of cheating, by the way, too, just like as a general thing. Even though sometimes, it might feel like it, whatever, I never care about that. I never accuse anybody, I never do it. I never report. I'm not like Kramnik. I'm not like Magnus with the fucking. There's no doubt it would be very easy to do online, but see that's cute. But what does it do? You might think, oh, you can make. Oh, wait a second. Oh no, wait. Okay, yeah. Speaking of cheating or something, but you would take and take there, which is utterly mind-boggling. But actually, it's not that bad materially if you actually think about it. I'm only -4, but no, I'm just in a position now where like I'm even saying I know I'm gonna tank it, and this is my general tendency, and so I'm just gonna let it happen. It's okay. Like I'll have to go back down to 1600 and recover. I always do this. Either I go in overconfident or I go in kind of rusty or something. None of these are actually passed pawn, so that shouldn't be the concern. The concern is possibly that this will be trapped very easily. And the reason why is because you go here, you go here. No, but you could still go back like all the way. You just have to not block that particular square then. And so now I'm sure they know exactly what they're doing too, but I'll still play into it. Now this will be a deep passed pawn. Um Now the queen kind of comes into play, I guess, a little bit in a way that might not be really ideal, but you're double attacking it. Pretty much the queen is the only thing that can cover it too. And so now you'll certainly you could double push it there. This is covered. This is covered. Covered by the knight. Give a check onto there. I shouldn't be surprised or impressed by these people's play either because it's like I don't know. So they may be just making a straight up daring push for the actual motion. Like they might actually just be able. Okay, I give up. I can't. I can't. So you would take into a check, or I mean raise it into a check. That one was pretty clean actually, the way this guy played. Huh. Yeah, I'm just not even remotely playing like how I was before. I mean, the last game was kind of okay. That would be more normal, but at least here you can actually double take. Now, if they take, I take. That's actually not even that bad. I mean, that exchange at least. But no, we didn't get punished or helped too much by a provisional aspect with respect to, we're losing or gaining a little more than you might think, but not really that much. And so you go here. You can try to double attack it, trade. You check, I can go down. Yeah, 2 knights are totally gonna match for a fucking queen. So I guess you'll go, or I mean, you're already threatening to take that. You get a really sexy octopus knight though, how about that? That's really gonna win you the game. It's okay, it's fine. Give me a stalemate though, that would always save me some trouble. It's so predictable, like, I don't know how I can explain it. It's exactly the same thing that always happens, and I just let it happen. Go ahead, take it. I want you to take it, and I especially want to do this. You can almost get something for getting your king to their back rank. Like, there should be some sort of, you get like an extra life or an extra fucking queen or something for that. Oh, that's a little bit too cocky of a play to make. Now somehow promote my other pawn here, or maybe there's some vague possibility of a stalemate. Come on, give me a stalemate. I deserve a stalemate. I actually deserve it. But no, I'm playing very unconventional for my. Well, I guess I can't even get one here. Okay, now I have a chance to. Yeah, try to do it with the knight and the queen, and you'll see how fucked up that is, and actually give a stalemate, or you'll flag trying to figure that shit out. Okay, okay, you're very impressive, dude. See, I got here on my own terms though, so nobody can even question. Like, obviously, it's proven. If I just play like I was before, it's proven. There's no question. And I could have probably gotten a lot farther too then. So now I just have to get back to what I was even doing before. So I'll only go for like maybe 1 or 2 more losses, which I'm sure are going to come quickly. So it's fine. It's just a psychological tendency that I have. So because I have these 2 arts prepared, at least. So you have 2 more. This one's very low res. It's like a Smelter Demon one. So there's like 2 of them to do with the Smelter Demon, one of which he kicks me in the fucking air. And it's like a bug. And then this one where I forget what this even is. Like maybe just, oh, like I'm about to kill him and I get greedy or something. We could maybe try to, I don't really like to study these too much, but I can at least look at it a little bit here. Yeah, we're just speed running right through these, which is kind of sad. Got the Lichess org dusk thing. So green, I don't know what, green gold glass. Alright, well look at that one briefly, but yeah, you can just kind of tell what my effort level is like too. You have to be willing, in my position, to at least look at the opening a bit longer. Right, like it's okay if I take a certain amount of time. Like why? Why is that a thing? Okay, but so what? Why do you have to give that up? Why can't you just cover it or something? Or I mean, I guess that is really, wait, but there's so many. Yeah, I mean, I guess you just can't move it in time. That's pretty unusual, but again, most of this is okay. So I'm playing kind of fine for the most part. It's always a knight move. Like this position is not super clear because like, oh, you're pinning it down, but then do I really want to leave it there? And the answer is I guess you are supposed to leave it there. And even now you're still supposed to leave it there. So this is why I just can't play with knights. Like they just, the way that they make you play more than any other piece is just totally nonsensical. You can try to justify it, but that's like, okay, when I'm at a really high level, I can do that. But I'm just not ready for it. Yeah, it just makes it more difficult. Like, yes, I could do that, but no other piece is going to demand that of me. Right, to actually think that hard or whatever. So now they'd be able to take, and then I wouldn't even be able to take back. Right, so maybe I shouldn't even worry about it, or I'll still do it because then you can give a check here and then do something. You go to here, and you should be able to do this relatively comfortably and just castle in the amount of time that the knight once again. Oh man, I must have been doing something better with knights, because what the fuck is going on? I'm getting triggered by them even more than normal. Okay, let's just do the castle and be done with it. You can pin it down though, which is devastating considering this, right? Like look how long I'm letting that sit. Okay, now you go here, and I had the chance to do that, and I probably should have done it. You can go here, then I go back to cover that. Okay, okay, dude. Okay, okay. I'm just not taking the time. Like, I'm just not putting forth the effort at all anymore. It's alright. I mean, I'll just do one more. That's it. I wasn't even wanting to come back here, but I guess I just couldn't find anywhere else to play. I mean, it is annoying that there's, there's other chess sites, but there's really only two that have anything. It's not even like high level play, just any level play or any player base or whatever. Use that to escape. I could really give less of a shit right now. How about that? They can make mistakes too and give it back, but of course it's all exactly part of their plan. Probably it's not a mistake. Even though the structure is kind of ugly. Oh, this is good too. Oh shit. And even through all that, I'll barely be even, right? It's still, they had to make two big mistakes back to back just to give me a chance. And maybe they got overconfident because of how much I, you know, because of how much I fucked up early on. So it's the idiot gambit. You act like a total clown, so then they get overconfident and be like, "Oh, I can take this." That's what I always do too. I take them too lightly, and then they end up punishing me. Not because I'm wrong for taking them lightly, but because you still have to be a little more serious. So here you do this, and then you get to be seemingly even, although my pawns are a little fucked up here too. So now you have to consider the fact that um yeah, these pawns are just not very good. So at least from here, when I've been given a lot of cushion, I could try to, do something valuable. So let me try this. There's no checks. There's nothing crazy they can do. So they can try to threaten this. These two are very vulnerable. They're giving me this seemingly for free. And the reason why is because now they'll take, and then take. And then they're like one move away from like a mate. Even though it probably wouldn't work, especially, I mean, I'll do it, but okay, I don't see it. I'll take, they'll take, and then they'll bring the knight, and then they can't do anything because I can take with my knight. So what the fuck? Right? That's their only, I'm completely not seeing it. You give a check, but you can't even give a check. You go there, I take, and then there's nothing happens. I'm just so comfortable with that I'm not even going to do anything. And I'm probably missing something obvious, but I don't see what it is. Like what else could they take that would be... I wouldn't mind actually trying to trade and stuff too. Like, or I could even go here and then. No, no. I guess then it would be bad. If I go there, then it's bad because you go here, but I could take. I don't want to leave this position for too long, mind you, but there's not a whole lot I can do about it. We're double threatening there. You'll go there, and you're threatening there, right? Then I'll take, and then I'll. Oh, this is kind of very, very dangerous. Because there's gonna be no. I better double check this. You're gonna go to precisely. You can't do anything with that, so you'll go here, and in the process of going there, you're threatening to mate there, and there's nothing I can do about it except okay, I'll take here, and then I'm covering it. But if they do something else, no, I guess I could still do it, and then if they, I don't know. I'm being lazy even in a situation like this. You go to there and I just take. And so now you still can't do it. And I've eaten up so many of your pawns that it shouldn't really be a big deal anymore. And the reason why is because you're covering here. There's a back rank kind of weird threat going on. So I'm very happy with that. And the reason why I'm happy with that is because I'm +5, and even whatever threat they're opposing has pretty much evaporated. That was a very weak sequence of. I mean, they started up an advantage on me. Yeah, look how bad the quality is of that. That's not even the image. That's just somehow those recordings would get overwhelmed somehow. So I would love to do the trade, but I can't seem to figure out how to do it. So your queen is pretty constrained here. Right, their queen is pretty much. They could go there and I could still take it. Like, they go there. Okay. They're not really letting me do anything. So now at least you should let me take there. If you do this, you'll get. Oh, shit. Okay, if you do that, you'll get a royal fork. I can't do it like that. I should try to do it like this, or I could try to promote in the amount of time that they're going to be dancing around doing fucking whatever they want. So you'll bring it to here, and that could be very problematic, I guess. But right, they'll bring the check, and I can't take. So then I'll move here. But then what can they do? They don't have a great follow-up. They could hit this. I don't fucking know. I have all the time in the world, but I just don't fully get it. This will be covered no matter what, so I almost want to attack here. See, now you got to go on the offensive and try to reverse it very quickly. But then again, they don't have too many good threats going on, so this should pretty much force the trade unless I'm just not capable of understanding. Like, what could they possibly do to stop the trade? They can't even do the royal fork anymore. They can't do anything, so just they can't go anywhere. They started off really good, and then they just completely threw it. Right, they were up by a piece, and it had nothing to do. Like, oh, technically, by me giving up that piece, it allowed me to get their piece back. It wasn't like that at all. So they have no choice but to trade. Then I'm +5. It should be an easy win. By which I mean I'll almost flag in trying to get it. They would take. I would take. You're double attacking this. But no, the knights always end up in such a fucked up, undesirable position. You know, whether you do it or not, it's gonna happen. So okay, you just gotta be a little bit careful now. Don't get mated by a knight or something dumb. Or you know, what if I just ignore everything that's happening and I say like, okay, I'm just gonna. It's not gonna be enough with what I have here, but this one should be virtually impossible to cover. I don't know really what the priority here is, but you almost want to connect the rooks. You have to be extra careful. If you try to go here, you try to mate there with the help of the knight. We're going to always have the cover onto there. So the bigger question is, can we cover this? And the answer is that I don't even really have to for now. And so now we leave it like this. Okay, okay, dude. So it's not even about the pawn, it's just about the fork. You are threatening there, but you know, we'll try to promote in the amount of time that he's doing all this. Right, we do have two pass pawns there. They technically have two pass pawns here, but it's just not going to be very easy for them to get through. You got to raise it all the way, and then you got to figure out a way to cover it. I can't really move the king very well, or I could just do like this, which would force the knight out, because even if you give a check with that, this would be good. Right, like where is it really going to go? You have to leave. There is no cover. There is no way to cover. I could just chase it all around the goddamn board. Can't go there, can't go there, can't go there, could go there, can't go there, could go there, could go to there. So you might go there again. And so now, what do I want to do? I want to try to promote something quickly. This is where you can still just flag me on the impatience level and the, you know, how much you can drag this shit out. Like, I'm up by enough where it shouldn't even be a question, but it just, okay. Give a check just because I can, I guess. My knight can't really, okay, that's fine. In fact, it's so fine that you can give a check yourself, which I don't even really care about. Because what you can do now is you can... What you can do now is you can basically try to do that, but you won't let me. So now with the cover of the king, you can actually just run this all the way up the board, and I should be perfectly, oh my god, perfectly satisfied with it. I'm gonna make some major mistake, but I don't care. I almost just gave up a fork there too again. You take a pawn, this thing can just stay there for now. You have two pawns here, you're gonna try to let the king ride the car up the thing. Uh, let's try to do the other one as a force of threat for now. I mean, I already knew you can do that, but now you gotta figure out something with the knight, which actually I wasn't too sure about. I'm gonna have to trap my thing in. Okay, this is gonna be great. I have to trap it in there. You're really gonna do it to me, huh? You are really gonna do it to me. Now this is fine because all this mobility is going to allow you to push the pawns all the more. And even though this will take about a century to actually do, it should still work. Every move, you know, you're covering. I mean, it ends up being more efficient doing it this way than trying to do it with the king, or I mean with the rook. Just walk my king all the way across the fucking board and everything. You'll go there, then I'll have no choice but to do that. Fine, because I can just go here now. And so now that's fine. The knight is going to be a bit of an eyesore and just get in the way, that's for sure. So can I please just promote this, or are you gonna make me take all day? It's so frustrating how long some of this shit goes on for. I can go here, I guess. You could threaten it, it's still covered. Please, please. This is why I would hate increment too, because like it might come down to, well, I guess that would benefit me here, but still, like I want it to be where the time is a constant fixed thing, so we at least know what we're dealing with. Even if it is, you know, in a 90-minute game, I don't want to get a after 90 minutes or after the first 20 moves you get X amount of extra time. I don't like all that. Just give us a raw fixed amount of time and just let me do it. If I want to spend an hour on the fucking opening, then let me, you know. That I'll be a grandmaster without knowing openings because I'll spend so much time in the opening. Yeah, all it would take is like one little mistake here as you're getting kind of mentally exhausted and annoyed over the course of a very long classical kind of game. And of course, that is exactly what we have in store in some of these cases where if you could like somehow get the rook there, that could be problematic because then I'm almost obligated to take. And then we know how shitty the knight is that, you know, you'll go, but in the process, I should be able to almost take it, or I don't know what's happening. I'm just so close that it almost wouldn't matter now, but so this should only give me about 10 to 15 rating. You may try to do that now, but now I don't have to do it because of the simple fact that I could just take this, or even if I don't, then you could do this. So what are you going to do? Even if you do it, I'm still ahead of the curve with doing it myself. He must be sniping me because he just stole my idea. You go ahead, you check, you should be able to take. Yeah, see now the time doesn't bother me because it's just so much of a lost cause, but not every game is going to be like that. I cannot express to you sometimes my hatred of knights either. And before they get a royal fork, but even if they do, it doesn't really matter. It would still have been fine. I could promote the other one too. You go ahead, you're threatening there, even if you move away, I can go there. You could take the stupid ass knight, I don't really care about it. I didn't know that was gonna be a mate, but it makes sense because the king is right there. We only get 10 rating for it. We can try to recover some of this. We were only 17 exact, so it's not like, you know, obviously, because that's exactly when and why I stopped playing. Because I go, oh, I'm going to celebrate getting to 17 by doing my permanent variant gauntlet, but it's been 2 months and I didn't realize it would take that long. Not even because I've gone on such, yeah, of course, and you need 35 cent upon 92% accuracy just to do this. So the one blunder was here, where of course, or wait, why is it even a blunder then? Just because these kind of moves I don't really get sometimes. They could end Pizant. Why can't they though? Wait, what? Why couldn't they possibly end Pizant? They're not in check? Oh, no, no, they would be in check. Never mind. Um, so you do this. Okay, that's the whole basis of why you do it too. But I don't even get it. Like, what's so good about this pawn position? Why does it matter so much? And why is that good either? Like it's so random. Like this might be the best way to play, but it's so unintuitive. Even really good players don't always play like that, where it's going to be a little confusing and tricky and weird, and you have to know exactly what you're doing with it. Okay, so just as the Smelter Demon should evoke my one of my greatest accomplishments, actually, even though it took too long to still do it, we should obviously live up to that here. This guy's partially provisional, but he's played 13 games, so yeah, he certainly probably isn't as experienced or good as me. Right, not that I really know what I'm doing. That's really all that studying shows, though, is like, it's a case where, oh, no, 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 I didn't. Yeah, so you probably wouldn't do stuff like that at the very least. Like, I don't even care. I don't even want it. I don't even want it. It's gonna fuck up if I do it. You would study and it would just like be a shortcut and it would just save you so much time. So even my way of doing it up to this point has been interesting, but it's a case where I guess now if you don't address it, you could do a 6 for 6 trade, which generally isn't looked very well. It's not looked very well upon. So at least now you're attacking both knights. So in doing that, you may have to worry about something. Like, oh, you gotta reinforce this in case I take that, but now I can take this for free. You dumbass. You dumb fuck. I give you an advantage, and look how you squander it away. Look at that, bro. Fuck. I make a basic opening mistake unworthy of 1,000 rated player, and you do that shit to me, dude. Bro. I hate to say it, but you not only don't you deserve to be 1,700, you don't even deserve to be 1,600, bro. You don't deserve to even play the game of chess. You don't deserve anything. That is fucking pitiful. Imagine making mistakes in the opening. We'll get 2 for the price of 1 with these stupid ass knights. And then we get to go here just to stop potentially the pin. And so I would always get this trend too. Like I would get positions like this, but they would take, I would take, they would take, I would still take. I would get positions like this, but then I would do it in such a way that I would still fuck it up or it would end up fucking up later, kind of. You have the light square bishop to potentially do something with here. And the reason why is because you have I mean you could just kind of leave that there, but you go back to here, there's no problem. You're threatening, I have to be careful about the development of the light square bishop itself because then you give up the pawn here. And so let me move the knight first up to there. No, it just sort of minimizes things, whether the amount of time you have to play. Because that's what good players do. They don't really play chess, they study chess. And it ends up being way more than, you could say the two are tied together, but it ends up being so much more of the opposite. Because that's true with anything in life, right? The absolutist philosophy that I always say is like, the best way to learn how to do something is to do it. But that's not true with chess. But it's not true with a lot of things, to be fair, because it's like, it's not really how things work. Because you can save, if that was true, then like, you know, people in the past would have figured things out so easily, like cavemen or whatever. But no, you read about it, you learn about thousands of years of collective human knowledge, and of course you're going to have that. That'll be more effective. You would take, I almost feel compelled to go like here, but then it somehow doesn't work sometimes. Like even take, yeah. If you go here, you'll take, then I'll take, then you'll do this, then you'll take, or something stupid. So if you take now, I take, and then you will probably do something with the queen, but I can't figure out exactly what it is. And so now if I go here, you're double attacking. Again, just because you're up by a little material advantage doesn't mean that you should be winning. It just assumes that if you play at a really high level, which there's so much variance in that, that's the biggest thing I resent actually about chess. Not only are people insular and study try hard kind of clowns a lot of the time, right? But when you're at a low level, people say that you'll be at like 1,000 rating, even, you know, much worse than me now. Be like, oh, haha, you should study the London. You should study. No, you shouldn't study shit. Just use your brain and just do like what I'm doing. But apparently that is worthy of being its own, you know, sort of, even that, study my way of actually using my brain, and you can do the same, and you have to learn that as like some sort of a, oh, you get a basic fork here, which is pretty cute, unless there's some way to punish it, but I don't really see why there would be. Yeah, I'm sorry to break it to you, man, but if you think you're 1759, do you see what 1700s look like? Have you seen some of the opponents that we played? Like that 1800 guy who's playing like a kingside pawn push of Judith Polgar fucking caliber? So you would no, you wouldn't be able to do anything for a while. It may be that there's something here. Like you would take, I would take, you would take, and you would possibly mate. But the only reason why that's relevant is because you would need some sort of extra, I don't know, some little extra push here. But even if I go here, you have to be weary of them giving a check there later. Right, like I see that sequence. If I had been there and they were here, they could sack this and then check and then no, but I could still go back and cover it. Um, so they can't immediately do anything here, so it's perfectly fine. Right, I'd be able to double take. I guess if they raise this and I take, then they can do it, or no. But then my queen can come in, or if I raise it, then they could do it, and they could just mate. And so now we want to bring this in anyway because there's so much going on here, or you could do something weird with that, like everything seems pretty much fine. I'm giving up the pawn here, which is a little bit unusual. I don't. I mean, you're gonna get a pawn back either way, but in these sorts of positions, you should try to take with the queen because what'll happen is if I take with the bishop, then I'll be pinning myself in a way that could be dangerous later. Although it probably shouldn't be that bad. It's just sometimes better to think like, okay, just oh, you know what? By that logic, I can't even take it all, even. But I could go here, and then if you take, I can take the queen. Right, is the point? I can take the queen. I can take the queen itself, and the reason why, I don't know why they resigned exactly at that point, but we're farming provisional players all day, I guess, but that's fine. I'm something of a provisional player myself because I obviously stopped playing for 2 months, but for some reason I wasn't considered it. That's actually bizarre. I thought even after like a week or 2 weeks you'd have that happen. There's nothing really instructive there, but so let's see if we can get back to 17. Okay, go here. Okay, dude. 1825, and you still do lose a decent amount for some of these. There's no reason I should be playing somebody that high. Like, it's just not. Hmm. What kind of matchmaking is this? PvZ Heroes level fucking dog shit for a dead game? Dead site? Where I'm like rank 20 and I'm playing a rank 50, which is like the max rank in the game. You go to here, you try to raise it, you attack this, you give the bishop somewhere to go, you cover the pawn, basic opening theory. But again, you wouldn't really need to know. Well, I guess some of this is a little weird, but you wouldn't really need to know opening theory as much as to say that you would normally be so excited about doing that, but you have to cover this first. And that's always a mistake that I make. You get the bishop pair, which we haven't had this happen actually in a while. Which maybe this is more my style. See, that they even would probably give me too much credit. Like, oh, you're gonna attack me with the bishop pair. Oh no, here it comes. Like, you really think I actually know what I'm doing with that? Like, I am gonna try to do it, but it doesn't mean I know how to really do it. Now that one's weird because if I take, you take. I mean, it opens it nonetheless. But I guess what you want to do is you want to open this one. So what if I say, let you take, I take. Let you take, I take, then let you take, I take, but then you would take, I would take, you would still take. You would need another benefactor here to account for that possibility. And the reason why is because now, or I guess you might just keep going, and that's the one thing I almost don't even ever account for. So now it's half open, but it's open on his side, so that almost doesn't benefit me. You got to look for a move like this to try to basically do the fork. You have to always look for possibilities that aren't there right now or in the immediate future because they might come up later, or you're kind of waiting for them to do one thing that'll open it up for you. So this is the light square bishop attack. Um, that really should not be something that you can actually do. That shouldn't be actually possible. How would I even get it there? Like, I don't get it. Like, how? How do I make a mistake like that even? I could have taken it with the pawn, I guess. That seems almost impossible to me. Well, you would obviously want to save the bishop anyway, because the bishop pair here is pretty good. But then again, I can't even take the pawn back because I can't even take the pawn back because of the simple fact that I don't know, man. I just don't have any sort of effort level at all with what I'm doing. What the fuck is this, man? I want to save this, but I can't because I guess probably the best thing to do is just that. What a fucked up, stupid thing. What the fuck? I just can't explain it. Like, how, even just what I was saying, you got to see stuff that's not there, but that's so obvious. Like, even if, oh yeah, this guy's 1800, that sort of thing is just stupid. I would take, can't take. Just try to get the fork. Haha, it's totally gonna work. Which it might. They might let their guard down, but this is a good position knight. It is like an octopus knight, but it's not far enough on their territory to actually be truly impactful. What you have now is the ability to, I don't know, I'm just so out of it right now. This would have gotten me to 17 easily, obviously, too. Even if I draw, well, it won't give me that much. But no, some of these are mismatches, but now it'll actually cost me a lot. It'll still cost me like 10, even though that's not fair. Is there not something I can do with the other knight? Because it is in a good spot. It's just... Fuck. I would take, they would take... I don't really even want to do that trade now, but... They would take, then I would just take for free, but it's not actually for free. They're hitting that, but I can easily take back, so that's not even an issue. The issue becomes that you should be able to sort of win this for free. I just don't know exactly how. Just do some basic development. You could do this and thereby forcing that trade to actually happen too. Right, and so that would be fine, I guess. It's only -2, it's not the end of the world, but I mean, when you give up a basic, easy, obvious fork like that, it's a little bit too much. Somehow, Okay, they're just developing that. Everything's fine. So I should move this somewhere, and I can't figure out exactly where it should go. Um, this is going to be way too heavily attacked to the point where you really can't do anything about it. They would take, I would take, they would take, I would take, they would still take. I could self-pin my king. You could try to push that up. I could take, and then they could try to reinforce. I mean, it shouldn't be that hard to take, but I somehow don't want to. I don't know. If I go here now, they could obviously just take it with the knight. They would take, I would take, they could take again. They're gonna have a bishop pair 2 on top. I just give up. I can't do it. If I just didn't make that fork play, everything would have been fine with the position. So at least now you should win it on the well, maybe not, but you should almost win it on the basis of the double take, or maybe not. I would take, you would take. Fucking, why is it so hard to get this one dinky pawn? Okay, how about now? I don't necessarily want to trade the rooks at all either. You take there, I would take back. I don't really see the significance of it. You would take here. Now whatever I do is not going to be very impressive because of the simple fact that the knight is kind of limited. I don't see anything too crazy. You would take, I would take. If I take with the queen, then you could take there, but no, you actually still can't. So you can go back to here. Maybe the octopus knight could make the difference, or to give you a pass pawn if you do take. So even though it is a case where, but you have your own knight. Well, either way, it would still be a pass pawn. Okay, again, that one's not really even one of those things like, oh, he's 1800. He didn't do anything that was really that special. Like, I'm missing obvious one move things that anybody should be able to see, so it really wasn't that big of a deal, but it's still not really an appreciated matchup, and I certainly shouldn't lose 7 for it. He only gained 4. Like, it should always be about the same, shouldn't it? If he gains 4, then I should only lose 4, something like that. So we give up a fork here that you are not supposed to do that. You're supposed to go here. And you go here. Go here. What the fuck is all this? Okay, let me do one more for, or whatever, one more piece of art, I guess, for the sake of trying to do this. Once again, it's been a while since I did this at least. The last one that we have is called, or the one to do with the actual bug. I should almost react to my own clip of it, but I don't like doing that. But I feel like I'm view botting or something if I do that even once. But it's like where he kicks me up in the air in a way that's not really meant to happen as far as his mechanic. And the only reason why is because it's already a boss that I was struggling on so much, but somehow he does this weird interaction that's probably 1 in a million. This is why it's good to stream and have it all on video, because nobody would believe you otherwise. I would have been the Smelter Demon that attempt 100 out of 1,000 or whatever that I did. But if only he didn't kick me in the fucking ceiling randomly. That he never did it before that, he never did it since that. Like, you know, because I had done it for so long. What was that called? The green one, I guess? newspaper. Some of these I've probably already used as part of this, but again, it's pretty fresh now. I'm glad to be back on here, but it happened a little bit sooner or at a different kind of pace than I thought. And I did change that, right? Where did we start? We've been through like basically 5 of them now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And so at that stage, you basically get to okay, so let's see how far we can go with this one. We get 2 pieces of art back to back to do with the smelter demon. So if I just win 2 games, we should be able to get 17. I'd be satisfied with that. I don't understand what I'm doing. I really could not explain it, but it's the same thing I always do. So it's fine. What you get to do is you get to double push, but you don't even do it. A little bit awkward, but it's not trapped. It's not trapped. Go like this. I would take. You go ahead. You try to hit there. It doesn't really do anything. See, that's like a simple-minded baby attack, right? No good player would actually do that attack because it's too blatant, too obvious in the opening. You may as well not even waste a turn doing it. Now you raise this, attack that into that. That's very cute. You could address it by doing one of 2 things, but you also have to address the pawn. Or I guess that kind of answers the question. So now if you go there, I can take. And it's just a case of you can just go ahead and just do that. And so now you can try to get this on the other side because I don't see what else is happening. Their pawns seem a little bit awkward. See how long they're leaving their king like this too. Or this is a sexy octopus knight thing too. But sometimes when the pawns end up like that, it's not the greatest thing. If I can get rid of this meddling horse, maybe I could actually do that. But it'll just reinforce itself again. I'm not exactly sure about that. That is what you want to do, and sometimes it is good to do that, but what it does is you're just going to castle, obviously, before I even do this. If I raise this, you would take... Let me put this here for now. So I'm not pinning it into anything, so you could move it, and I might miss my chance to trade that I probably should have taken. But what you have is a simple ability to... I do this, you would take, I would take, you would take. So you would take... If I do this, I'm going to end up getting trapped. I should do it, or actually this can be very strong. You don't often get the opportunity to actually do that move. So now your queen is very close into trying to do that same thing. Right, if you get into there, it's very deadly. And even if you don't, it can be hard to push you out of it. See, this is where it just comes down to like patterns. If you get the opportunity to put your bishop there, you know that that's a good thing, and you know that whatever, it's just good. It doesn't mean like, oh, I'm such a skilled attacker, but it means that the problem is the knight doesn't really do much for you in the game of chess, and you have to kind of come to terms with that. This is so annoying. Like, it just doesn't... You would be so willing even to go like this, because then it opens up this, and it also opens up the fact that this is covered so well there. This is a very strong pressing attack that you have. And the reason why is because, again, that's very good. That's because even if you were to take that later, then it would be here, and then it would be the same thing. Now it becomes a problem of this particular thing. But the act of even moving this gives you a good opportunity now. So you have one move chance to reinforce it. Otherwise, you're going to be screwed. And even if you do that, you're almost basically trapped with the knight, but you're not exactly. And so now you get to. I see no reason why you wouldn't want to do it. Even though I'm overextending, this seems like a very strong, powerful position to make it worth it. And so now you have this, you have an excellent, excellent position. If it wasn't for that knight, in fact, I think I'd already win because you would just go there and that would be it. If you could get rid of the other stupid ass knight, you would win the game. So, fuck. Now you're gonna make it take all day just because of this shit. Like, look how strong that is. You just have to be a little patient here. I bring out the knight. I bring out the knight. I bring out the knight. It's gonna take like a fucking hour. I guess I will though, because I don't know what else to do at this position. Right, knights do excel in these kind of closed, stale, boring positions, but chess does happen a lot. You can attack the queen there. I don't really give a shit. Or wait, isn't that what I just said though? If he just fucked up, or well, I guess there's that too. I might actually end up getting my queen trapped, but it shouldn't really happen. There shouldn't be anywhere you can really even go with it now. Not that I can take it either. Even if you do this like an en passant, we need both knights to be just sort of out of the way. I would take, you would take, I would take, you would still take. You could take, I could take. What was I going to do with the knight? I was going to bring it up like here. If you take, I take. I don't really care too much about that. I don't see what it does. I guess you could go here and then. How? How does that happen? Okay, you got to get rid of that one fucking stupid knight, and it's just not possible. Okay, fine. Just take it. Just take it. I don't care. So you go ahead, you'll do this, and then what you can do from there is you can basically you can have the position of doing the knight, bringing the knight in, and doing something with it, which is probably not going to be very good anyway. You're threatening this. Like, I don't know how that happened even, but you can hit this, which is pretty worth it. Keep some knight activity going. Basically, you just have to move that knight, and you're just never going to do it. Like, look at what I'm having to go through with this knight. It doesn't do anything. That's the one thing you don't realize about the functionality of the piece. It doesn't actually do anything in the game. Now we can move it again, which I don't really want to do, but it's going to be very unsurprisingly in the way of something, thereby allowing you to take that, for example. Bro, am I missing something or what? This wouldn't be able to take in some other way. Or like, for example, this one, you could like take this. You could just take it. Or maybe it'd be worth it. Like, no, but not like that. You know, like my queen could take this piece if I just felt like it. But no, not from there. You definitely wouldn't want to trade queens in this position, even though You could try to attack it again. I'm kind of giving up one of my threats. I would like to almost go here, and that would be very strong, but the likelihood of you allowing that, there's not much you can do to really stop it, though, to be fair. It's just like, I go here, and you just deal with it, and going there doesn't do much. Take, take, take. Or even simply giving a check on the dark square would do it, too. So even if you sack something, right, that allows you to do that, that in itself could be sufficient. You could go here for sure, although I'm kind of clogging up my options a little bit to the point where it might not actually be that good of an idea, but you would think this guy ought to be scared because I'm making so many moves that seem like, oh, look how threatening this is going to be, but it's really not. It's just me being a clown, but you would be almost scared of some of it. You know, so you take there, I can go here, I can try to threaten this, but even then, it's not worth it. Go to here instead, which that doesn't seem to have much value to it, or I guess you're just attacking that so much. Can't do anything because of the knight still, so the knight really is trying to save the day. You could go here, and that sort of solves the problem of this a little bit. I don't really understand. Like, I created such a strong attacking position, but I just don't know how to take advantage of it. You'd have to get rid of one of his pieces in kind of a stupid way. I wouldn't mind doing that. They would take, I would take, they would take, I would take, they would take. This is so frustrating. Like, I can't do anything. Oh my god. Oh my god, I hit it. I hit it. I just hate it. So whatever threat we would have had is just out the window. I just give up. That's too bad. There was probably some way to do it, but I just don't know what it is, so that's why I don't like attacking. Like, you can try to explain it however you want. There's no way to actually do it. There was nothing there. You would have to literally go on like a 50 million move sequence and just fuck it. It's just, that just doesn't work. This is still a strong position, but I just give up. I can't do it. It's literally impossible. You could try to go up here with something and end up blocking my own diagonal in the process, or I'm gonna get like a, what do you call it? Give him a passed pawn. It really is just me though. Like, it's nothing. My opponents can't beat me whether they do or not. It's nothing to do with that. It's like I'm in a good position and I just can't do anything with it. Like, let's study it in the analysis after I lose this because I just don't get it. It's so unintuitive. There's nothing that you can do. It'll be like some super long-winded, super annoying sequence. But you might think, oh, that's a good thing. But what's annoying about it is the fact that it's the fact that you would have to study or you would have to know the exact thing. Otherwise, it's just not going to work. So this thing isn't going to be covered if I try to do something cheeky with that. I'll just do it anyway. But no, I mean, you can't give up the queen there because that's your whole point of the attack. Like, nothing I do with anything else is going to be that relevant. Bro. Bro. Okay. Okay. Alright, that'll be the last one, and I'll study this one. Like, it's just so unfun. That's not even why I stopped playing either, though. I was fine with it. It's just like... It's so dumb, man. You just shouldn't try to attack at all, ever. Like, he sure beat me. He sure outplayed me, even though... It's just only gonna ever come down to time. That's what I realized at the beginning, too. Like, when I was playing online a long time ago. Like, it's just... Every game would be close or even or exact, and then it'd be like, oh shit, it's time. You come there, it's perfectly fine. I don't care. There'll still be some weird thing that you can do here. Or like a back rank possibility or something. No, but I'm thoroughly disappointed by a game like that. That's just like so sad. Oh shit. I guess the bishop position did come into play though after all, you dumb fuck. I'm disappointed, but I still get my fucking value. You're so fucking stupid, bro. Like, I'm so mad, I'm so salty the whole game. So, as usual, whether you win or lose, it's not satisfying because that was an uninstructive garbage game and I just couldn't figure out how to do the attack. Like, I want you to show me. I'll create that same position. Let me get the bishop there where I got it and explain to me, Stockfish, explain to me what... Yeah, you're even giving up the attack, but assuming you don't, why is that a blunder even? The fuck? But assuming you have this position regardless, what is it that you want me to do in the game? And the answer is it'll basically amount to nothing. It won't actually be a threat because there are no threats in chess and everything is just like super yeah, just go back and forth, fun and interactive game. Take, go back, go back. Ah yes, of course, I should have done this. Whatever this is, I should have done it. Give him a pass pawn here. I'm actually losing. So having this isn't actually good. But haha, the joke's on them because I just won the game because of it. Okay, that's always good. That looks very nice. In fact, that looks so nice that, well, it just doesn't happen though. This is what I mean. This is like one of those wishful thinking fake threats because, you know what I mean? It looks so good. All you'd have to do is get in that diagonal and you win the game, but you just can't ever do it. What? And white is just kind of crushing you too, apparently. Or not really that much, but... What the fuck is going on? Like, what the fuck is that? What is this? Oh, shit. Yeah, of course. These are just normal plays that you just see in the game of chess. Like, he's just normal, nothing crazy. It wouldn't take a grandmaster to see it or something. Even a grandmaster wouldn't see it. Let me do one more to try to get to 1700, and if I can do that, that would be good. Some of these have been miraculous comebacks, which is not a good sign because it shouldn't really require that, but you know, that's clearly how I got there just in the first place on a bunch of flukes back to back of You can't do that here, which is sometimes confusing how you're meant to deal with it then. Like, how are you supposed to put the dark square bishop there if you can't move the pawn or you can't do anything? As you almost could maybe try to bring it there, you're trying to attack this, you can't really do anything with it. It's really this move that you want to do, but you can't. I guess you could do this. I go here, they would take. They would take, I would take, they would take, I would still take. Then that allows me to put my bishop there finally. I don't know whether I should even worry about that. I could just ignore it. They would, oh no, I can't. Guess I should have studied that, huh? So fucking stupid. They would raise it to here. I wouldn't be able to take it, but I can move this now, I guess. So then I could take and check. They would take. I would still take back. I could still check even here, but doesn't seem very useful. But then again, there's nothing they can really do. Well, okay, we have the bishop pair to whatever extent that that is relevant. So we should kind of make an opening here and just try to do this. I give up one little pawn already, and I just can't play the game apparently, but let's just still do it. Go to here, I can easily just take, so it doesn't even bother me. You really have a hard on for that light square bishop. I can't blame you because I always try to do that myself. If you that is actually what I wanted to do anyway, from the perspective that you know, you want to open this, so that can be very strong. So now I could double take, I would take, you would take, I would take, you would still take. So you don't want to allow that, number one. But even though I'm doing that double take, it's not good enough. Right? You want a little more, a little extra. You have the bishop pair, but it doesn't always materialize is the problem. So if I can just get rid of the knight, that might be better. I would go there, then you'd almost be forced to take. I would take, you would take. I would take, you would take, I would take, you would take, I would take. No, you would still take, though. Or at least now you can just take straight up. Or you can't, still. I would take, you would take, I would take, you would still take. How? Uh, this could be an alright spot for now. You'd like to think, okay, now you take, then I take, then I don't even have to mess up the pawn, but this is one of those like long standing threats that's going to take like 50 million moves to actually materialize. Like, why shouldn't I just be able to do this? Why would it be that hard? Like, what is the difference now? The fact that I'm not attacking it with the bishop, but it wouldn't have even mattered even if I was. Now, if I go here, you'll take with the bishop itself, even though that could potentially give me a passed pawn. Like, why wouldn't this be easy to take? I don't. You're sort of pinning that, which is unexpected. But everything else is fine. We have this open. Like, everything should be good here. I just can't figure out exactly how to do it. We'll go to here. That would be cute for sure. That's fine. So if you take, I don't have to take with that. If you do this, I don't really care too much. What is that move? We'll just trade one way or the other. You can just take. You probably want to, considering how strong my diagonal actually is. It seems like, oh no, you're going to trap me, which you probably actually are going to do. But no, all you'd have to do is try to do that. So if you raise it here, I could still take. If you take, wait. If you take, I take. If you take, I take. Um, it's always the knight that's just like in the fucking way of all this shit. So maybe I should just move this just in case so it has somewhere else to go. Like, you know, if you decide to, or maybe, oh, you'd have to sack more. You'd have to sack a lot more to do that. If you go here, you could attack something else. Or now you could do that, but then you're giving up the rook, obviously, to do it. Right, you could do it, then if I take, then you, wait, what? What? The fuck is that? You can just go here, just take it. I mean, you may get a pass pawn yet, but even if you think you're gonna do that, you're just kind of through the game. You go here, I can take this. You have double rooks on the back rank, and so, you know, it's hard for me to believe that you could actually do that. I would take, you would take, I would take, you would take, I would take and mate. I would take and mate. It's mate. It's literally mate. Fucking okay, that's actually a pretty impressive way to finish that. Look at that, dude. 4 minutes left. Okay, so we get back to 17. That's actually pretty good. That last one, I was pretty discouraged and I was pretty positive I was gonna lose too. The do I dare to play another one? I don't even really want to, but this was okay. I mean, he started to make some mistakes. I'm getting some pretty good aggressive positions too, but I don't trust them because it's just so much harder to do that. Wait, I was even though I was down a pawn, apparently it wasn't that bad of a spot. You open that, that's obviously basic attacking principle. That's a blunder, but why is it a blunder? See, it's not something that immediately is obvious. There's nothing, I mean, whatever. It's more so that you're losing a positive opportunity that you could have had to do something. Everything is just so long-winded. Like, it doesn't... What? Or, I mean, I guess it's already pinned, so you can just do it at your leisure here. What the fuck? You just kind of sit on that threat for like an hour. Some of this stuff you're just not really going to understand, but... You take, I mean, see, my blunder relies on the knowledge that they're going to make a blunder that, you know, allows me to do whatever I want. And so that's pretty good. Even if it wasn't a mate, I mean, well, you might fuck up with that if it wasn't, but you wouldn't have sacked the other rook, so you would have had enough material. That's the trick of pawn promotion. Just have enough material that you're up by enough that you could always sack, even if, you know, sack for their pawn, even if they do it. How titled players lie to you, Snake Oil. No, how just anybody lies to you that, oh, you should study this or you should whatever. Right, like so much you can just play the game. Do not trust the title player blindly. You are training hard. Training should be fun. Actually, that one I say though. If it's not, this is actually a fact of life. Like if it's not fun, you'll never get anywhere because you're not going to bore yourself for fucking years, right? If you don't enjoy it, you have to find a way to make it fun. Otherwise, it's not. Traditional methods are not effective. I mean, why would they even say that? Because they're the ones who would be saying it, right? They're the ones who would be arguing for the power of the traditional methods anyway. Okay, let's do one more for the sake of it. This has been very tilting, which maybe that's fine, but you know, a lot of it is just all my fault for like a lack of effort. If I play up to a certain point, the best thing you could do is flag me. You can't really. I like how consistent that is, though. That shows it more than anything. Like it's always that. Like if I play, maybe that's like a bit of, you know, oh, if I play my best, the best you can do is flag me kind of thing. But there is some truth to it. Up to a certain level, like obviously if you're 2000 plus or something, there may be something you can say with that, but I don't actually know whether you should do that or not. But see, if I don't do it, it's gonna be some kind of opening trap dog shit. You might not ever be able to do anything with that either. It's like, or wait a second, you could double take. Either way, my pawns are gonna be kind of fucked up. Or couldn't you have? Wait a second. You missed something obvious. You could have done that then, because. But then I could have done that. So then I don't fucking know. Sometimes that's the answer to a lot of stuff, is though you just threaten and threaten back stuff. Like if something is under threat, you don't address the threat. You just threaten their thing instead. Now this is still an awkward move, but at least you don't really have to do anything. But anywhere you go is kind of a nuisance too. You're actually gonna just have to go back like that, and you didn't actually block off the lights for diagonal the way I thought you might. If you just reinforce that, that would be very difficult to deal with. Now it's just you go through all that just to do nothing, basically. You pin this to the queen, which shouldn't really matter, or it kind of does, because you. Huh. Trying to see if there's some other better way to deal with it. They would take, I would take, they would still take. This might be the only thing you can actually do, which is not good because now it opens up something there that could be problematic later. How did these positions get so unbelievably busted so fast? Like, go here, they go back, go here again. I don't even want a castle, really. It's just like an ugly spot to be in. Like, that's a terrible pawn push moment. Now, it's going to take a lot of work to deal with the dark square diagonal. Or, I mean, to keep this open. In fact, you should almost do this just to be sure that you're not going to get trapped. The bigger point is you almost don't even want it to be there, though. You go here, and then you could try to double attack it. But what I should do is I should try to hit this. If I can. Now, this should be trapped for the sake of a trade. And the reason why is because you can only go there. It's a very strong diagonal, but I just can't do anything with it. Which maybe seems like an oxymoron, but I mean, if I was a little more capable at attacking, I could do something. Yeah, like attacking is a lot harder than, I say this every time, like it's a lot harder than you would realize. This would be okay actually if you're just naked from the dark square, but I guess there is no dark square bishop, and only the queen can do it, and it's probably not going to do it very well. You have the ability to go here, for example. You may push it out like that, and I may decide to... Oh, you can't though. That's the beauty of that light square bishop. You can't even push it out for now. And from that point, I could basically try to... This is such a beautiful knight position to have, too. The pawns actually don't seem too bad now, because their own pawns are blocking their ability to take advantage of the dark square diagonal. So the only thing to consider is the fact that you can just go back there. That shouldn't have anything to do with anything. Um, that was maybe just to like sort of distract me or something. I don't know. This is cute because you can move it kind of wherever you want. You could have almost given a check with it and then done that, but no. But then you could have still taken with the queen itself. Damn, that was such a good... You could hit this, but then you could still cover it. You still cover it, so I don't know what this leads to. You almost shouldn't go there because you're harboring false hope that you can... You're harboring false hope that you can basically get it back there, but there's no guarantee that you'll be able to actually do that. So now you go there, but I can just take the queen. And so you gotta watch out for this. It should be fine otherwise. You have the strong light square diagonal. It doesn't really do a whole lot. You try to trade the queen here. Create the double stack. If you go here, I could just take the queen, obviously. You can't do anything with that. I'll just try to create the double stack. If you go here, I take. If you go here, I can take. Nothing crazy going on. I'm not really in a good or winning position, but it just feels kind of comfortable this game. Some of these, people have just been playing in really weird ways, so I have to be a little more patient. It's not that I can't deal with it, it's that if I try to play too fast and too normal, right, you have to at least be willing to adjust. Don't be like Ale Reza and fucking lose to Fabiano in 9 moves. It's like you study your whole life and you just fucking end up like that. Now that's an awkward pawn position at least. This is a very strong octopus knight kind of thing, I guess. Right, their pawns all across the board seem very weird, but I don't see why this wouldn't be good. They give a check, it doesn't bother me at all. Anything else they do also doesn't bother me at all. This, you can't even give a check, otherwise I could just take. So the point is you shouldn't be able to push this out, really. Even though you could easily trade it. You could easily trade for it with one of your knights. But I'll still try to hang on to that idea. We could double cushion it. That doesn't really bother me. You could go to here, give a check. That just seems aesthetically cute, but it doesn't actually do anything. And in fact, it gives them a very strong knight position as well. You have the light square thing. So you can go here. Give a check there. It doesn't do anything. You're attacking both knights doesn't really mean that you can take either one. But their pawn structure is awkward, so I have to figure something out here. They could do that classic double take play here. And they could also... You could easily bait a threefold repetition here for what that's worth. It's just very... Oh, that's weird that they would even do it that far. You do it again. It's just not really worth it. I can't figure anything out. Fuck. Everything's just like sort of so stale that it's not actually gonna go anywhere. You're trying to win some pawns here, but you just somehow can't. You know, if I end up losing, I'll regret the fact that maybe he'll be dumb and just kind of keep burying himself more and more like that. What if I just leave this here? Now all you would need is like a simple light square thing where you know, a simple now you're stuck there kind of too, although I might not be able to guarantee the safety of it. But if you just do like that, it would work. But I guess that's why he did that. Give another check. I mean, again, it should have and could have been a threefold repetition or whatever, just a drawish position anyway. I fuck up my pawns to allow this to happen. And the reason why is because I just don't care, I guess. But it's not like I didn't know full well that was going to happen. Oh, shit. Am I gonna get... Oh! Okay, I didn't know that was going to happen. I knew... Yeah, see, this is what happens. I'm saying it could have been a draw, could have been a draw, and then I try to force something. Are you fucking serious? It still shouldn't be made by any measure, but I mean, it could certainly turn into something ugly. His king is so fucking fucked up. He's only making it worse, too. That's unbelievable, though. Like, snatching defeat from the jaws of victory, where I just decide to... He doesn't know what he's doing either. That's the thing. Like, he doesn't really know what he's doing. He's just doing random stuff. You take one of these pawns. If I move the knight, I can take this. You shouldn't really be able to cover it. It's just gonna be a mess. Like, there was no reason to let it get to this point. I hate that about... It's just my fault. Like, I should accept, okay, I could have easily made it a draw, no matter how he decided to move there. Right, I could have still kept doing that over and over, or it was just sort of making it worse for himself, too. Give a check there, doesn't really matter. If I take, you take. Okay, so we pretty much even it up in terms of that, but I'm not entirely happy with the whole thing here. I should try to almost promote this. I'm not happy with what I have, the bishop and the knight. You're threatening to take there. I don't really want to do. Then you'll take there if I don't. You know, maybe it's fine. You'd be so dumb if you took the knight there too. You can take either of the pawns, obviously. Oh, I don't know. I guess I thought I would try to promote something, but I got a little bit lazy with it here. I mean, it seems like, oh, look at all these good pawns and stuff, but it's not actually that good. And the reason why, this is bad because you get to do this. But it's almost like at this point, I almost wouldn't care because you just kind of do whatever you want. Is it, like, again, this one's going to be useless. This one's going to be kind of hard to use. Fucking. Threatening there, and so you get to probably end up getting my thing trapped. Take it. You can just take it. You can check here and just, I just give up. Yeah, it's almost like I do it on purpose to the extent that it's like, I hate that about the game, really. It's a draw, you know it's a draw, you could take the draw, and you don't want the draw because you just want something more interesting to play. Not even really that I think I'm going to win or that I'm good enough to win. It's just like, you just don't want the game to end on that unsatisfying note, but I mean, this is what you get. This is absolutely what you get. That is really stupid. So those are the two things I learned, I guess, in getting to 17, or that I was doing better such that I could get to 17, was that I played a little better under time pressure and whatever. I kind of dealt with the tilt of that. But then I also dealt with the fact that I would take draws like that probably. I would just deal with it because it's better off. Like, can he do the rook thing, rook king mate in that amount of time? Is he really going to be good enough to do that? I would take. He's going to somehow fuck it up too, but I don't really know how. Give a check there. Take a pawn. Fuck, it's just gonna be repetitious trash. You take there, now it's just a matter. Okay, now you should be able to stop it. Now, within the context of, you shouldn't be able to mate me within the context of this. And the reason why is because it's just not that simple, right? You could mate with this, but it doesn't mean that you will mate with this. But the problem is I'll flag before I get to do anything. Or if I get a fork, obviously that'd be beautiful. You kind of want to keep it away from the edge of the board to the extent that this is relevant, but so close to a fucking fork. No, you can't allow that. You're just gonna get the knight trapped. It's just such a shitty piece. Just such a shitty piece that you're gonna. Some of the same things that happen over and over. I mean, I should not even pretend like it's gonna be enjoyable anymore. I mean, again, it's the knight fucking you up. It's time. It's denied draw. Like, really, could I not have guaranteed the draw there? A forced draw. The same way that people say forced wins. It's like, you may as well just play for that. Why couldn't I have just done it? Or I am winning by a certain amount, but it just doesn't matter. I'm not going to actually win. I guess I couldn't necessarily have kept checking there per se. But it just makes no sense to me. Like, somewhere here I give up an actual fork of the thing. Or yeah, like by moving into the night. I guess that's why it was saying that, but then nobody actually takes advantage of it for a while. So now you definitely don't take, because then it opens up the fork if you do. Or even if you let them take. So like, you try to go here to try to take the knight, thereby stopping the fork, but thereby allowing a passed pawn, thereby still kind of ruining the game. Okay, see you tomorrow. Okay, so yesterday I had like my full on return. I think I did it in part the day before, where, or no, I did it maybe in the morning, where I did Roblox chess and then I lost. So then I'm like, fuck it, okay, let's just finally go back to here. Because I was trying to find other ways to play standard chess, but apparently I lost to somebody in Roblox chess. And so, and in mobile, on mobile chess games and on like other chess websites and stuff. So I said, okay, fuck it, let's just go back here. And then yesterday I sort of had a almost predictable struggle a little bit, but we at least stayed constant. So I went like maybe 5 and 6. So I guess that at least means I'm constant in terms of being able to stay at the level that I'm at. Why is it showing me like from a month ago? Where is the actual? Huh? I should have like maybe 11. Well, it doesn't feel like I played that many. So what? I played 11 games. I guess some of them must have went pretty fast. I think this must have been where it starts. But if you go here, then it just shows something totally different. Or I guess it must be the next one. It just makes it seem like that. It goes from like yesterday to, I get it. Or no, wait, this should still show the whole thing. I haven't used this site in a while, so loss, so 1 and 1. So let's see. Loss went to 1 and 1, 1 and 2, 3, 4. So 3 and 4, 3 and 5. 3 and 5, so 5 and 5. Yeah, 5 and 6. So I pretty much stayed constant because I had just been barely over 17. I'm still top 100 in the world on this site, which you might think, that doesn't matter too much, and it doesn't matter, but I mean, obviously to the extent that, you'll say, oh, well, it's inflated or something, but even then, it's like a lot of people on here are really good players, right? Aside from chess.com, this is the most competitive, active site still, so a lot of those 86,000 who are above me are FIDE rated players and really good players, like the 2900s that you see playing in the bullet on the front page and stuff. So some of these are going to repeat now. My channel arts, every time I lose a game, I keep changing my cosmetics, like I was doing before, the permadeath piece set round robin gauntlet thing. But the difference is some of these are going to be the same, but I'll still accept it. Like it'll just say the same thing, but episode 10 instead of episode 9. But that doesn't happen too much on my main channel, so I try not to upload them like that. So I'll basically say I will still use them, but there won't be that many that I should repeat like that. This one is newspaper, Lichess.org theme. The thing I'm upset about is that they fucked up the boards here, so I'll have to, I'm kind of doing this as a placeholder. In fact, that is literally newspaper itself. We were one off of having some weird overlap where we got the two at the same time by sheer chance. So it's the chess.org theme. It should be, we had done all these. Peach. Or no, parchment. I don't know why I'm reading peach. I'm dyslexic. Newspaper diagram. This must have been it. Right, so we'll go to here. So we change all the cosmetics. Let's try to go on a good streak. The point is, for all these 2,000 rated players that talk shit and act like they're so good, right? And they are good, and it, whatever. It's like we're already knocking on the door of that, because assuming that I'm not playing to my potential, I could probably get to 1,800 right now if I wasn't a total fucking moron clown. So I'm only 200 points off, and then that comes into, okay, I've never studied openings. I don't even know what openings are. Like, I couldn't tell you by the name, etc. So, if you look at it like that, the fact that you're already able to get to, like, let's say 1800 just by simply playing the game and not really doing anything much at all. Maybe I'm shortchanging how much I've learned over the course of doing this, but that's still like intuitive knowledge or instinctive knowledge. Like, you don't really know. It's sort of hard to explain. That's how I like to play, and that's what I almost find more enjoyable too. It's like you don't really know what you're doing, but you still do know, in the sense that you know without really thinking about it. Like, I couldn't explain it to you fully, like, oh, this is the opening, this is how it works. I don't have formal knowledge like that. I wouldn't know what the opening's called or anything. But it's like the absolutist tendency. You sort of know it for function. I know what maybe is happening, but I don't know what it would be called or all these other kind of superficial layers. So in a practical sense, as I'm playing, yes, I can maybe deal with something, but I wouldn't know necessarily how. Well, what is this? You can go here with the go like there with the fucking thing because you'd be in check, right? Wasn't it the GM missed something crazy? It looked like they could unleash the knight because they were gonna give a check, unless they. Oh, I don't fucking know. But um, the point is that you sort of know it instinctively or intuitively, but you don't really know it or understand it in a formal sense, which you can never get truly good by doing that. But there is something to it because of the simple fact that I don't know, like I haven't studied openings, but I can beat people who have studied openings or something. I had some other way of saying it, like you basically feel like um there was some way I had. Hold on. It's like you're not really you're not studying, but you obviously pick up certain things as you play, but it's like I don't know. You wouldn't be able to explain it, or how do I say this is like my pink flamingo mindset, but it doesn't even have to be exactly that style of play either. It's just sort of like but it's one that works well because it's so reactive, so you're not relying on your knowledge, you're more so trying to pick apart and figure out and shut down what they're doing. But no, it specifically had some iteration where I would say you're doing it in such a way that you're reacting and you are again it's like when people say like being street smart or something like that. It's about just doing it instinctively, and again you've learned certain things but you haven't learned them formally, or you couldn't name them, or you haven't there was some other phrasing I had for it. What the hell was it? It's like I don't know. You would just do it on that level where again, it's not that you don't know anything, because obviously from the simple course of playing, you're going to learn certain things, but that's just a lot slower and less effective, and nobody really does it like that. And again, you're never going to really get good like that because everyone else is doing it too, right? Nobody else is playing like that in some sort of limiting way. They just study, they just try hard, whatever. And especially in the day of computers and stuff, you can just look up anything you want. Even if you were to play at like a low, intermediate FIDE rating, right? Like you're 2000 rated, you could easily look up probably your opponent's games if you know who you're going to play, right? Or who you might play. You'll look up all their games and like look at their strengths and weaknesses and stuff. It's something stupid that Gary Kasparov said, like, oh, the reason why I lost to Kramnik in 2000, right, in the World Championship is because, oh, he studied my game and he looked for my weaknesses. Oh wow! Like you're trying to tell me every opponent at a high level in chess doesn't do that, especially with a opponent like Gary Kasparov. Like the fact that he was able to effectively do it is really to his credit and shows what a great player he is. But to say it like that, oh no, he only beat me because he studied my game and he knew my weaknesses. Like, yeah, no shit. So you're trying. Oh yeah, so anybody could beat Gary if they just study his weaknesses, even though he's one of the best chess players ever. Like it's just that simple. Like he probably doesn't have very many weaknesses, first of all, and second of all, you obviously not anybody can just do that and execute on it. So I love that sort of matter of fact way to explain it. Ah, yes, of course. He just molded his style of play against all my weaknesses and played to his strengths or whatever. Like this is some novel concept that even moderate, intermediate chess players don't do. Right? If you're playing somebody over the board, you would look at their games the night before, or you would study, or you'd You know, they have that expression in like sports. Like Patrick Beverly says it, or somebody like, "Oh yeah, I'm up late at night," or no, I go to bed early before I play Steph Curry or somebody like that. But I don't care when I play Chris Paul because he's talking shit about Chris Paul. It was the same thing. You would go to bed early, or you would stay up studying all night before you play Gary Kasparov. Like you're not treating it like he's just a regular game. Damn it! I just wanted to remember how exactly I said that. But the point is that you are. How high is he? 2160? I guess that's about the same. Like all these 2000 players that I see, and again, it's not easy to ladder at that point, but they've stayed relatively the same in the amount of time that I've played because they were already so high, obviously. Um, who is that? A BA Start Select typewriter. He went up by quite a lot, though. Yeah, like something instinctive. Maybe I'll remember it later, but let's just play. You don't really know what you're doing, but again, you know it in the way that it matters, or so it's like you're, I don't know. This is cute, for example, because oh, we get to hit that and open the king, but you don't really have to go that far out of your way to do it. But that's just objectively a bad move to do. Like you should never do that. Right, there's no reason. So if he takes, I take, and you are in a little bit of a pickle because either of these that you take, you're gonna have to open the king. I don't see like a super clean way to do it otherwise. So you gotta like even whatever you would do with that is kind of ugly. There was the one instance where even as a knight hater and a horse lover, or I mean, what a horse is the same thing, a knight hater and all this kind of stuff, I would still say that that's an instance where it's worth it to trade. So I may hesitate to castle here because sometimes this can fuck you up. And the reason why is because you have this weird way that he's played that he might try to take advantage of it there. But the reality is that when the queen's off the board, it's not that big of a deal. Um, you could do this, but it's almost no point. Or I maybe would even want to castle that way. Or you got to sometimes bait them because going there could be scary, despite the fact that they're leaving their king wide open. So now I have to make a decision, right? Like, why would I walk myself into that if he's playing like a total aggressive clown? You could take this. Like, really, how good? You're just kind of making it more difficult for you. I'm not gonna do it. You're just making it more difficult for yourself for no reason. You have to be careful that if you do castle here, then you will lose that. You know a hard mode is good when you have to explain it like in such great detail on the thumbnail. All go like the best guide for thumbnails is make them as simple as possible. All this shit nobody's gonna be able to read or see or nobody's gonna care. So you know you should never. You could either go here or you could just try to hit the knight itself, which I guess is kind of works because even if you go there, I guess you could take that though, and that would be a fork too. But I could just take. But wait a second. Oh wait, that might have been a disastrous move for me though. If they left it there and did this, then you're gonna give up a fork. And so I would take. They would. Oh, I guess they couldn't have done it because I would have taken the rook. This is kind of cute. This is okay. Could hit him with a double attack. That knight's not really doing anything anyway. Their development isn't the greatest, although this pawn is a little bit questionable in case I mean, you could just play like these people do and just don't castle and just don't give a shit. Right, like a lot of people queenside castle here and stuff. So what you can do is you can just go back. You're hitting there, which has no real consequence, or obviously it will in this way. Well, but see, that's annoying because now you feel like you're winning that pawn, but then you're just not, and you have to stay connected there too. You may very well commit to just not castling at all. Or you know what? No, that doesn't work though. That's so annoying. Like when you think you have a threat, but then it's just too. You're probably better off doing this. And you have to take with the pawn and block your own diagonal, because if you don't, then I'll take this. What? Or no, wait. Uh, I don't know what the fuck is going on. You can go here, and then that should guarantee that you take there, if to my understanding. Even though this pawn structure might not be the greatest, I'll still do it. Right? Because now you have to move, you have to give up that pawn. And now you're hitting this. I explain things maybe too directly of what I'm doing and thinking, to where if I am being sniped, you know, it just would at least save them time and make it a lot easier. But I don't really care. I even embrace that. Go ahead, snipe me if you want. It's like I should still be able to beat you, because anything that I can see, you should be able to see anyway, for it to be a moderate challenge, right? Like, if it's an opponent of my level, of course they should be able to see everything. But so that still works to the extent that it may not give a check. But there's like some weird thing that, like, if I go there, the king attacks both or something dumb. So I'll actually just do this. Now you're double. Oh, okay, exactly as planned, I bet, huh? That's probably exactly. Are you fucking serious? Ain't no way, bro. Ain't no way you're getting away with that kind of dog shit ass play. That's unacceptable. You cannot play the game like that. You can hit this, I'll hit this. Like, fuck you. That's so undeserved. People really play like there's some kind of cheeky, cute shit. Like, you really think you can get away with doing stuff like this? Look at where his king is. Like, this is supposed to be a 1700 player. Like, what the fuck is going on? Yes, I might have mirrored their stupid ass style of play and done that too, but how the fuck? Okay, now you give me a pass pawn, even though it's free. I kind of like where this actually is better, and you might be able to get a pass pawn off the. Wait, what? I don't even have to make that compromise. I can do this, and then I can still take it later as well. It's like where it seems they make a mistake, but then, oh, haha, it's all part of my master plan. But it's just fucking dumb, is what it really is. You could sit this like an octopus knight. And the reason why, but there's no reason to do it right now. You could raise it, then you have a pass pawn, you know, obviously, I mean, you already have a pass pawn. You take, I take back, doesn't really bother me at all. It still wouldn't, or I guess you could double take then. You could even connect it from this side, that's the whole beauty of it, but either way, you can put a certain amount of pressure onto here, so what you can do is basically just take with the pawn, and then you have two pass pawns. Even though you do have the two pass pawns, it's still awkward somehow. Like, there's something about it that's just missing. So this is going to be uncomfortable. In fact, it'd be a damn near mate now if the stupid ass Darkster Bishop came into play. And this will be sort of pinning the pawn. Sometimes it's good just to be active with your king. Like, maybe I'll just help this fucking advance. Like, this square alone. No, I guess it's not made at all. Though you can always just keep hiding behind, but it's just awkward, man. You go to here. There's no way you can really check me from there. Yes, of course. You're so fucking stupid, man. It's still dangerous, but there's really nothing you can do with that. I mean, I don't know which one's better to move. Like this one is covered by the rook, but you're gonna need another anchor for it probably here. You have two connected pass pawns. You could even try to do it like this way. In fact, you have a pass pawn there as well. It's just a case of I don't even know. Why did I just even say that, but then I somehow didn't think it would be too relevant? Like what? Didn't I just say that that would happen? Like you'd hit there, that'd be more damaging. I don't mind even if you do this. I don't really care. You're really gonna play like this? Yeah, some of these games I'm just not even gonna talk. I'm not saying that's what it is, but like I don't care, bro. It's fine. We're still in a good spot. This should be strong, but I don't know exactly how long we'll keep it there. We could move the other one. You always get these pass pawn kind of good situations, but it's so hard to promote them sometimes where it takes so much work, or then you end up not even being able to do it, but you end up like making them sack something for it. But it's very deceptive. Like, oh, that looks like such a strong position. You're clearly going to win, but it doesn't mean you're actually going to win. Yeah, that really took a genius to figure out that move. Wow. You can definitely try to push these pawns, although now my advantage has shrunk down quite a bit to the extent that I'm not too happy about it. And so now you get to I just have to sometimes worry about time more so than anything else. I just don't get it. I don't get it. I get so annoyed in the course of a game that it's amazing how frequently that happens. I'm winning every single game I ever play, and then I just get like fed up. Because you feel that there is like a psychological thing to that. You feel like, okay, you're winning. You deserve to win. Whatever. You're in a good position. You should, it shouldn't be that big of a deal, right? But it just takes so fucking long to do it. You got to calculate it out just right to where you're gonna guarantee one of these gets through. And I'm too lazy to fucking do that. Either I have a bad habit of underestimating people or just it doesn't even come down to that though. It's just like if I am lazy, I'm in good positions, but then I just don't try as hard. Which is easy to say that, like, oh, you should just play the same way no matter what position you're at in the game, but you can't just do that because This might even be bad. You're never gonna still be able to get it through. This is the thing. He's always looking for the easy way, which is just not the right way to play. We're fine. Okay, make it easier for me then. And I'm still not up material by doing that. So I have to give up 2 passed pawns, and I'm still not up material somehow. Fucking, I hate how some of these games are going. Actually, it doesn't even matter whether I win or not. It's just like you have to be in a certain mood or mindset that I just never. I get, regardless of whatever I do at chess, like it just goes against some of my inherent tendencies. Like I'm just not. There's certain things that you realize very easily and early, like the drawish nature that people try to talk around. The way the knights work might just be more preferential, but see, like how now it'll come down to time, regardless of anything else. Even though I was in a winning position, even though that should have been good, right? It would still come down to time. And you end up in the spot so often where the knight just can't do anything either. Or even worse, it just gets in the way and stuff too. Uh, you shouldn't really be able to give a threat here. Right, you can't give another check at all, or you can try to do it like that. You'd never be able to mate from this, but it's just kind of wasting time, and they're not even in that good of a spot. It's just kind of irritating. But you could say, "Oh, this is what you get for not castling," haha, but it's just not even relevant. Right, like they didn't do it either, even. They can't really give another check aside from going back and forth like that. This should always cover onto there. Unless they can give like a really good check, which I'm trying to avoid letting them do that. Should be fine. In fact, even this should be very fine because you have, yeah, no, that should be pretty much gone. Now we can try to get that. And that's how you know it's a well-designed game. Every game comes down to flagging, and it comes down to even longer, moderately longer time formats. And it also comes down to the simple fact of being able to um it also comes down to the simple fact of whatever, like a draw or flagging or something stupid like that. So to get it all sort of clumped up together, you won't necessarily be able to take anything. Fucking so annoying, but this is how you're meant to play the game. I mean, what do you want me to say? Why would the fuck would you do that though? Because you're struggling on time yourself? Or you're really gonna okay, fine. He made a little gamble there. I mean, we're getting to an idiotic point actually of the game, but you just got to take advantage. You're like exploiting the game already, right? You're not really playing the game with a sense of honor or anything. You're already exploiting stupid things. You're trying to, if nothing else, then you'll end up using borrowed knowledge. Like chess players really have no decency or honor. Even at a low level, you're trying to do this where, oh, haha, I'm studying and I'm beating people who probably don't study and stuff like that. That's all it comes down to. Or, we're going to get draws, we're going to flag people at a low level. We're not even talking about, oh, the best players in the world. Like, just, this is really what it comes down to, huh? But still a draw, although I kind of like where my king is to where you could probably get something good to happen. But no, if they play it exactly right, it'll be a draw. Let me try to remember what I had said there. Like, it's the point of, you can't name the openings, you can't, right, identify exactly everything. Or again, even in the course of a game, you don't necessarily know everything that you're doing, but you're kind of drawing upon it anyway, right? You're like not consciously saying what you should do, or you're not consciously aware of everything or all the names for it and stuff like that, but you still have some knowledge that you're drawing upon here and there because of how much you play it or something like that. Okay, let's try to take this a little more serious. We are back to 17 again here. In fact, this might be exactly the same highest rating that we've had. So if I win one more game, it'll be the highest rating I've ever had on here, at least. Or any sort of meaningful site that, or I forget what I was actually in with classical. It was around that, but then I tanked it. So really, I'm a 17. Not only am I 17 in classical, but I was 17 in classical like over a year ago, like way before I was in here in rapid. So that just shows you it's a lot easier for me or whatever when you have more time. Which you may say that's true with everybody. Like, you know, everybody should play better with time, but I actually take my time, or it somehow benefits me more than it does even other people. They would take. See, that one I genuinely have no idea, like what you're trying to do with that. But I think this could force you to do something undesirable. Like if you go there, then I can take for free, but then you can still take, so it's not actually for free, so it doesn't really matter, but it at least distracts you a little bit. So I would take, then this one's kind of split out, and it doesn't really help me too much. But if as long as you assume that this is always going to be there. Now, what if I do a move like this, for example? It's very awkward and annoying for you, and the reason why is because, well, I just don't like this idea because it's like their pawns look a lot better than mine by doing it. So what if I say, okay, I won't do it, but then they'll take They'll take, I'll take. Actually, might be fine. Right, they'll take, I'll take, they'll take, I'll still take, and then this one will be here, which is still pretty fucking awkward. And even though like, oh, they could be connected, you're gonna end up not really doing that anyway. Um, or at least now I could sort of pseudo double take, even though it's not really gonna maintain for too long. I don't know what that did, other than make it even harder for him to. Just made it harder for him to even try to take that, even though this pawn structure is very, very awkward. You know, it's worth it if you're winning a pawn in the process. So you could take there, which fucks up the pawns at least to some degree. Right, because you wouldn't be able to take with the stupid ass. With the stupid ass. Wait, what? Ah, yes, of course, that was all part of his plan, but who cares? I mean, we still do a trade. So let me go here, or I can't. See, the knight just moves in such a weird, unintuitive way that even someone who's played as much as me does still not really get it. Or it's the whole fact that he went to such a weird spot. Like, why would that even be something that you want to do? Like, what does it do from there? Okay, so now can I do this? They would take, I would take. Even if they win this pawn back, I don't even really care too much. So now you, okay, dude. Never count out the knight's ability to fuck things up and get itself trapped, so that at least it gives me compensation for me getting my, like, I've given up stuff like this. No, I could have end Pizante though, couldn't I? Oh shit. Like, stuff like that should not be happening at all, really. And now you're in a weird spot where, you know, when you make a mistake too, I just want to do like a frenzy of just spam taking stuff just because I can. Now you'd be compelled to take with the queen and give this up, otherwise you have to open the king, which could be very damaging for you. So therefore, we effectively get something out of that either way. Right, so we just get it right. It's so fucking sloppy. It's just such a sloppy game. But all things considered, it's okay, but they get a pass pawn. So even though I'm up a pawn, these two are so shitty that you're probably not going to be able to keep it. This is always a good incentive, like, oh, if they do take, then it gives me that kind of a better pawn position, undouble. Yeah, like, is it really worth it to double a pawn if it means you're going to win a pawn, but only if you assume that you're going to be able to protect the pawn that you get from that? 3,000 games played, which again, I can make fun all I want, but I'm basically in this, well, maybe collectively in the account, but not just from that alone. I don't mind this, but of course that won't be covered. So what you have is the ability to maybe try to take this one, even though you can't really take it. So you're threatening and threatening. Going to be kind of a series of bad instances here. That's the knockoff version of a series of unfortunate events. What did I say? A series of bad instances. Okay, so you gotta like I knew this would be an issue too, but oh, what am I doing? It's still, I don't know. It's just discomfort with time, where just because I know it's a factor, then I just stop trying so hard. I don't know. Like I won't really count this as anything. I mean, it counts for the permadeath PSAT thing, but it just I'm not really playing. Like this is the same sort of thing I could do in the past. Just you're not really even playing the game. When we already escaped the fork earlier, like it's amazing that I've even gotten this far given my tendencies, but you could still fuck up somehow. Or like I used to at least be better at like dictating the position. In a lot of these games, I'm just letting like weird positions happen that are just not comfortable. Like I could always have it where it's a comfortable position and something simple, trade happy tendencies that I have. I don't really see what this does. He did this earlier too, and made it seem like, oh, he's really doing something. But yeah, you notice how often the knight does that kind of thing too, where it's just like completely fucking in the way, just a nuisance, just a liability, just a garbage, objectively flawed piece. I'm not too worried about it. I have a passport of my own too, but let's see what you have here. You shouldn't worry about really stopping that for the time being. It's just it all looks like well and cute and strong, but it doesn't actually do anything is the problem. That's what people with this low rating always try to do is they make very cute plays. Like they think, oh, we're really doing something. We're really gonna sack a piece and do some crazy thing. But yeah, just realize that as the major logical razor in chess is that you can never lose a game at a low rating or at an even rating to where you are unless you make some super obvious mistake that you could easily see. So just remember that. It's literally impossible to lose. You're playing like a similarly rated opponent and decent time format, 10 minutes plus. It's either only going to come down to time or some obvious mistake that you're clearly capable of seeing. Because you might think, oh, well, these 2,000 players do some really crazy sequences, but only if they have the time to really figure it out, too. They're not going to just innately know everything just like that. And then by the time you get to the level where they do, then you're playing somebody similar rating, so you should be able to see those things, too. So you might be like, oh, well, didn't come down to time. They did some crazy, brilliant move, but if you're a GM too, then you should be able to do a crazy brilliant move. So fuck it. You need this one as the general cover, which isn't really. I don't know, man. We both have pass pawns. They both could potentially promote, so they're not really even up by anything meaningful aside from the piece that I just literally gave away for no reason. It seems like it would be very hard to get this actually through, but they could afford to, I don't know. Even doing this wouldn't let you win the bishop, so now we're starting to see kind of why that's good, but it's still not that good. It's just kind of. And when you get to spots like this, you almost don't want to trade, just purposely, you're already in such a tight spot. Could almost just done something like that where I could just stay there. Kind of bizarre that we're at this stage. So okay, I don't know. I just maybe I wasn't ready to come back here after all. I don't even really care about my pass pawn as much. It's just more a case of okay, that maybe makes my life a little easier though, because then if you were to say that like why can't I just do this and sit on it? What would you have to do to get through this, right? It would be very difficult. The only question being that you could obviously I don't know. I would take, you would take, I would take, you would still take. When in doubt, just go for some crazy wild trade threats and shit and try to trade stuff off, even though I was just saying that you shouldn't trade stuff off. But in your desperate like that this is uncanny though. Some of the things I do are just like you'd have to be almost trying to troll or lose on purpose, which I feel like sometimes I am, but it's more just like you don't care. Like you're just not really okay, this is cute, but this is pretty cute too, actually. So fucking close, bro. So now you are posing a mate as well. That is very obvious. It's just the promotion becomes the big thing here. It seems like there's virtually nothing I can do. I could care less even about my own pass pawn. It's just like wouldn't it be like virtually impossible for you to actually cover this adequately now? Just the fact that my king is gonna potentially get mated there. that would be the issue, which now it shouldn't be much of an issue, and so that's actually very, very good. So now if you take that, I don't care as much. So if I hadn't just given up the one piece earlier for no fucking reason, it wouldn't actually be that bad. Okay, so the time becomes a big issue again, bro. Bro. It's so frustrating how every game comes down to that. Like, how is it possible? I would take, you would take. Should I like to be able to keep doing this shit over and over? Ah, my god. What a great fucking game this is. Like, really, why do I even play fucking 10-minute games anymore when that's all it is? Like, so obviously I make some major mistakes, but then I basically do recover too. Where, see, it's not even really a mistake though when it's this obvious, and then something I do again, which is what? Like, I literally go here. Like, I was worrying too much about these pawns when you know I'm not going to really promote them anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Yeah, you had to put the knight there anyway, but I did it without even the rook being there. Like, when you try to do something too fancy, it's just unnecessary. Or you have to actually know exactly. It's kind of like what people do when they look at engine lines or something. It's like, oh, maybe this one move is best, but it doesn't matter if that one move is best because you're not going to know how to follow it up, so it'll end up actually being bad, right? So that's why the whole simplicity of it is important, because you have um you have the ability to look at it from a perspective that those kind of moves are not always actually good. So the best move is usually, maybe you shouldn't say it so broadly, but it's usually not the best for you because you're not going to be able to do the whole line to go along with it. It might be some crazy sack, it might be some uncomfortable position, right? So sometimes it's a more middle of the road move. This is also to do with the Smelter Demon, also known as when you die to a boss for so many fucking episodes that you end up making a channel art for it, which is kind of a good organic way to do it too. It's like you're not going into it saying, "Oh, I want to make a channel art of this guy." You're just saying that, um, it just comes about organically because of how hard it is or how bad you are at beating it. So look for the theme. So we're gonna get hard stuck around 1700 here, just going back and forth between it. So we had done the parchment. This one is either too crazy to load or something, or it just doesn't work. Some of them don't. Sandcastle. That was one of the sets in the Roblox chess. And it's always the one term that I use, like King of the Sandcastle stuff. Border around. I mean, the themes aren't always meant to be sets anyway, but a lot of these were. I can't wait till we get to the Star Wars set, which we probably will actually pretty soon. So this one just makes every piece disappear. Some of them don't even work like that too. The Chess Cube was apparently some old website too. I discovered that the other day when I was looking up like what other chess sites to play on. It showed up, but it said, it was a site. And you always got to make sure with some of these like that every single piece appears because sometimes they don't. So this is some old school classic website with a pretty cool set, all things considered. I love the Chess 24 one, even though obviously the site itself is not very good, or now it doesn't even really exist anymore. You can still go on it, but it's just for like news and stuff because chess.com wants to monopolize and fucking. Of course. This is just how people normally play. Just a normal opening, just a normal game. But then again, they're down by so much that it's definitely not worth it. So you go ahead, dude. Be my guest. This factually, objectively losing clown position to be in. And I don't care. Oh, shit. Okay, maybe I got a little bit overzealous, though. I didn't have to do that at all. The thing is, even if you do it, guess what happens, you dumb fucker? Go ahead, do a threefold repetition right now, just by keep doing that shit. Okay, so now we go nice and easy, just try to, save this. I did make a mistake in, again, moving too fast the way that man, the knight can just be such a fucking disaster sometimes. So very unconventional position, but everything should be okay if you just simply decide to, so at worst that could be a double take. And so now what you have is a simple ability to, just try to scooch the king in there as if it was castled anyway, and then no harm done. And so basically, there's nothing you can seem to do from there that would be that big of a deal. I love that. I love the conviction with which this guy, that's fine. The conviction with which he decides to just, sack pieces at the beginning. Play like a lot of people do that particular move too, and it's just not good. Where they just do this. They just take. Like there's no real meaningful follow up. Even if they somehow win now, it would have really nothing to do with that. Okay. Um. What the fuck? If I go here and it shouldn't do anything. Okay, you have to. They try to get you in a different state of mind of like clown level of play. Maybe if I play, yeah, crown smoke, more like clown smoke. If you play like a big enough clown, maybe they'll start to play like 1-2 as their hope, and then it'll turn into something else. So let me try to, I don't know. Just try to finish my development. This is what I mean. Like this is why low rated players shouldn't attack, because this is what it turns into. If you try to attack, this is what you get. Like, are you really happy with the way that turned out? Even if you play well now, even if you win, and I would hate that, like for them to validate it, like, oh haha, I'm going to, you know, the rarely seen triple stack. So they would take, I would take, they would take, or no, not even that. Not only is it fine, but I could also triple take now. I mean, in a way, I should be grateful for things like that because it makes my life so much easier too. just with respect to, you know, let me see. We can go like this and try to take it, or you don't really want to do it like that. This could be dangerous though because you're kind of self-pinning your thing. Let's just go like this. Or this kind of fucks this all up a little bit too because you get to um well, what is the threat? What is he doing? Because now you either have to give up the back rank, which still allows me to check your dumbass, or so then check, take, or it's the simple fact that you have to um go somewhere else that you probably don't want to go. They would take, I would take, they would take, I would still take. Right, and so now what you realize is in a game where he sacked material and I'm already up by a certain amount, you've allowed yourself to get totally fucked over with respect to the simple fact that any advantage you might have had is gone out the window because now, it's just totally fucked up. You go ahead, you can take here. And you can probably take here as well. You can give it a check, but again, the material is just too vast, so there's nothing to even worry about. Unless you have some weird way to mate here, which I wouldn't think that you should be able to. Like, you go here, I go... Yeah, there shouldn't be anything. Go ahead, give a check. You go there, I'm very happy with it too, so I can just trade. If not... Not entirely happy with my king's position, but it doesn't matter because we can just sort of bait trade like this. If you decide to do that, I can do this. Or I could have like moved it up and done something cheeky. So if you go down, you go there. I like how I always use that term, and then that one guy whose name I even forget now would always say it like some streamer who was in like Pog Champs. One day I'm gonna get invited to Pog Champs, but the reality is I'll be too good, so then it won't be fair somehow. Now you have to cover with this, and then I could always double attack it somehow. Or even this would be cute, I guess, because you just can take... See, that's not really even a winning thing, and it's kind of awkward, like you're almost going out of your way to do it. But the simple reality is that now you'll just lose to the repetition rule of having to keep moving something when I obviously don't have to. Sometimes it's better just to keep the bishop farther away, right? It can kind of just serve its purpose, but you don't even really need the bishop, except maybe to fill those moves in, right? You don't really need it as a cover or something. You're gonna bait me into a fucking stalemate? Which it's not. You can go there. You can keep going the other way. Okay, dude. You're really, you're really... This is how people play, man. What is the point of this whole fucking game? You start off the game, you're sacking pieces. Like, what are you doing, man? You don't even need the cover then. Now the bishop can actually get a little fucked up. And the reason why is it can actually cause you to stalemate in a way that you otherwise wouldn't. So you got to be careful. Right. That's one of my favorite things. I wish I had a clip of it that I saved. It's in some Hikaru video that's probably on YouTube, but he's like explaining Right, I'm pretty sure it's Hikaru at least. He's explaining, oh, how somebody asked in chat, right? How do you mate with the king? It might be when he's teaching XQC actually. How do you mate with the king and the knight? Oh, right, you just put the knight on the edge of the board out of the way, and then you mate with the king and the queen. Like, if that's not the best evidence of why the knight is such a shit garbage piece, the one goal of the game is to mate, and you can't mate with a knight in most conventional ways. It's extremely stupid and inconvenient. And so the point is that he even says, "Oh, how do you mate with the queen and the knight?" You don't. You just say "fuck the knight," and then you say, "Oh, I'm just gonna mate with the king and the queen." Like, what the fuck? He just says it so casually and with such a self assurance that. Okay, can you just? Since when is this even a thing? I thought you. I, I thought you shrink down the position and they keep moving over to the right. Since since when did they just go down the whole board? When does that ever happen? Now you go here and then you do it, I guess. The bishop the, the bishop shouldn't really have any meaningful amount of impact here. You could say I'm complaining how long he's taking, but it's really my fault that I somehow am not super well versed even with this. I should almost try to do it with the knight itself, just for the fact of I think you actually want to end up going here, and then you can go between the two, and then bring the stupid ass king in. Like, I'm still careful about that because I will fuck up and get a stalemate, and I at least have the luxury of time to use there. So that was a massive major clown game, which I'm more than happy to take. But this is where you get lulled into a false sense of whatever, but being better than you are or something, not playing to your maximum. Yes, of course. Like, this is the kind of shit. This is the kind of, like, it's basic, it's obvious, I've seen it 100 times. Anybody who's moderate at the game would obviously do it, but it's just stupid. I hate those kind of things, especially right out of the gate. But that's what chess is all about: is this opening kind of nonsense where everything is metagamed in a sense. Which again, I can't blame. That's one thing I'll disagree with people on actually in defensive chess, even though I often do criticize certain things about it. And people say, "Oh, chess is boring or stale because of the openings." It's not really a fault of the openings, right? Any game like that would be turn-based or whatever, right, within certain criteria, as Gary Kasparov says, "Oh, a closed system." Although he never would have said that. He said that to justify, like, "Oh, I lost to Deep Blue because it's a closed system, so of course." But he was so salty at the time and was unwilling to accept that he was going to lose to it, like, and he made all kind of excuses like, "Oh, it was human-assisted AI." It's like, you don't realize the folly of saying that. If it's human assisted, right, like, you can do whatever you want. It's like, oh, I lost for reasons outside of chess. Like, oh, they were cheating. Well, they are using an engine against you, and that's the whole fucking point of the exercise. So I guess calling it cheating would be missing the whole point. It's like, I'm playing an engine, and then the engine beats me, and I say, oh, they cheated. It's like, well, using an engine is cheating. So obviously, what the fuck do you mean? You could say it doesn't prove the value of that particular engine fully because maybe people were helping it too in the background. But the reality is, it's like, do whatever you want to try to beat me using an engine. And you know what I mean? Like, it's fine. It's like you're complaining, oh, it wasn't just an ordinary random person using an engine, it was a GM using an engine too, so that makes it unfair because now they can select out and say, override the engine and say, I want to do something else and whatever. But the point that I was saying is that, what do you call it? The fact that, with Go or with Shogi or with anything, right? It's the same thing where any game like that, you can always metagame and min-max. Even games that are in real time, you can still sort of do that. The item shop in League of Legends or whatever, the exact route that you take in Valorant or Counter-Strike. So to some extent, you can still do that, but obviously it doesn't matter because of the simple fact that you're able to... it doesn't matter because... there'll be other dynamics at work, whereas with chess, that's all there is to it. The raw move is it. It's not like, oh, your reaction time or your aim or other things come into play. But no, I won't hold the openings against the game too much compared to other games because it's like, oh, well, chess is boring because of how much people have metagamed the opening. But that's only natural. That was going to happen no matter what. So if you take, it's a matter of how seriously you take a game that people take for granted. Like, if you take, you know, checkers that seriously, then oh, checkers won't be fun. And people say, oh, checkers is too easy, but then it's not because it would take you years of study to still play it at the highest level, like a world champion caliber player, etc. And you still might never be that good. But yeah, like with anything, so then Go is boring because of that. Then Shogi is boring because of opening theory. Every game in existence is boring because of opening theory to that extent, because you're able to do that with anything. Or again, even other games, real-time games are like that too, because you have League of Legends is boring because of the shop, or Smite, or whatever. Like all these MOBAs are boring because you metagame the shop, and Counter Strike is boring because you metagame the map or the shop or the position. So anytime you take something that seriously, it is unequivocally going to be metagame and beaten to death. So don't hold that against the game. Hold that against people taking it so seriously if you don't like it. We see that with MMOs. We see that with classic WoW. Like people have tried to beat it down into a dead horse where, oh, everything's so obvious and this and that. But that's only because you have 20 years of knowledge and you take it so seriously and you play it all day, and you're using add-ons, and so anything can be beaten to death like that. I'd love to see people do that with single player games and realize the folly of their ways. Like, oh yeah, let's metagame and min-max Ocarina of Time, so now it sucks because it's so easy and we know everything and it's foregone conclusion, and you can beat the whole game in an hour and speedrun tactics, and you can do it for those purposes if you want at the highest level, but you can never judge or denigrate a game by that, right? You should judge it by every level as far as its quality. So how fun is it at a low level, at a moderate level, at a high level, all combined, right? So people would praise chess then on that level, that, oh, the high level is so compelling. Although again, I sort of diminished that a little bit because, again, if you really took a lot of other games seriously, they could be very compelling at a high level. It's just that people usually don't, or they take certain things for granted. And this makes me think of, just watching this in the background, it makes me think that it would be a fun little mini game if there is such a thing, like how they do guess the elo and stuff. Like, guess whether it's a draw position or not. So it'll be a position that looks like a win, but because of the nuances that only a grandmaster would understand, it would be a draw. So you have to guess whether it's a draw or not, or who is actually winning. But it'll be super unclear, and it'll require like a 50 move calculation of like one sequence, that if you don't do that exact sequence, then you end up losing, but otherwise you're winning, right? Some kind of puzzle-ish, like a puzzle where you have to guess which side do you want to play as and then solve it for a win. You have to first even assume who you think is winning in the first place. Right, so what we want to do is get a little cushion above 17, and quite frankly, I think we're still in that same spot where I think 1706 was my max, so if I get one more game, it'll be the highest rating we've ever had, which is not a surprise, but it just happens to be that exact thing. Right, that exact 1706, I'm pretty sure. So we don't want to just be stable. We want to actually win a couple in a row. This becomes very irritating, and the reason why is because of the stupid ass ability to, I don't like doing that, and you may end up having to bring it back anyway. Okay, at least we can do this, and then I can put it wherever I want. Be very careful with these kind of positions, but again, the opening is a fun and interactive experience in chess, if you couldn't tell. Like, I don't like this, but it's sometimes fine. Just get the knight out of the way. I can almost guarantee you that's not the best move, but whatever it's going to do in some other spot is not going to be very fun for me. So now what you can do is you can... They would take. I could easily take. I even have the knight to potentially take. Yeah, this 2 to 3 move calculation aspect, I do like that part about. But again, that's relatively basic, and it shouldn't be that big of a deal. It's just... Right, everything should be fine. There's nothing crazy about this position. They would take, I would take, they would take, I would still take. this is kind of cute. They sort of subverted that very well, like how they didn't give me any chance to build on that pin threat. Although it is still there, it's just you can go ahead and do it like this. This threat prevents me from actually moving the rook very effectively. The one thing I've shown psychologically though is my unwillingness to sort of flinch in doing this. Like I make it so that it's fun, or I find a way to make it interesting, even if that means in part not studying. And the reason why that works is because you have, gives you the impression that I could do it forever. Now, you shouldn't have to do it forever to get so good at it, but that is the one way to sort of immortalize it in the sense that, based on my style of play, I could do it forever. And if I just enjoy it or whatever, it kind of works for me that way. So it's still pinned, but I can't do much about it. Or no, no, no. The whole point why I did that was so I could move the other one. This is so he sort of protected the pin by covering it with the other one. Then he did it again, where he pinned again. Like, what is the point of all this? You could make it really annoying for him, or as a matter of fact, um, wait, couldn't I have just done that, or no? I can only do it now. If I do it, then he'll do it. But if I do this, or no, if you just do this, this is good because what you get to do is even if you take, I still take back. So we at least get a pawn out of it. Right, so we effectively just hung that, but you still do get this. If I tried to go back, then he could just take it with that, so that wouldn't have done me any good. That little incremental pawn is still worth it. I like how amusing that can be, too, and is much more true at the higher level. It's like, by simply not, like, to get the most minute minor advantage, you have to work so fucking hard, and then that little thing could be the difference in the game, even despite the drawish, stupid-ass nature of everything. It's very much a lesson in being proactive. Like it's a good life lesson too. People often just kind of coast through and they're just trying to do whatever they can, right? The bare minimum, and I'm always like bare minimum effort and stuff. But for my purposes, it's like now this doesn't do me any good because uh shit, I don't know. You have to go above and beyond. Anybody can just like, oh, let me look for good what is good enough, but you have to do more than good enough. Right, that's where all that offensive imagination and sacking and crazy shit comes in, where you can go above and beyond and do something. So if you do it here, take. They're hitting it there, which is all nice and cute. You could even do this. You might think to do this, but you could even do this, where even if they give the check, it doesn't do anything. And even if, yeah, but this is fine too. Like you can't do the yo-yo as if to put the bishop further and then bring the queen behind it. So this is perfectly fine too. I don't have a problem with it. What you do have is the ability to darks for diagonal is so impactful here that it really feels like there's something more you should be able to do with that. Let's just keep it here, I guess, for now. But then they can keep making annoying moves with this stupid ass knight. But I love those sequences too. Like they make a move that pushes you off your space, then they make an optimal move, which is somewhere else. Then I make an optimal move, which is to go back. Then they make the optimal move, which so like the optimal moves might lead to a threefold repetition because like, oh, if I give up this spot, then I'm at a disadvantage, so I'll go back. But then if they let me have that spot, they're at a disadvantage, so they'll push me off. Then we'll keep doing back and forth the same thing, and you know what I mean. If you're playing an optimal way, you are doing a threefold repetition every time. Then by that logic, which is really really dumb. See, this looks cute, but it doesn't actually do anything. And the reason why is because, you can just ignore it. You don't have to take it. You're hitting there. I could go there. I almost don't even care. Got to be something that opens up as a result of it, but there's just not. Now I'm gonna like give up a pawn for no good reason when you could easily just do something. So it doesn't change the fact of what we have with respect to the simple thing here, the pin of the pawn. So we've been sitting on this thread the whole fucking game, and now they finally do something about it. So we can still do this to sort of compel the trade, in the sense that you obviously can't deny it because you have to move away. So again, I go through all that trouble just to bait a trade. This is a pretty advanced kind of game where he's not really giving me anything very easy. Of course, with 29,000 games played, though, why should I be? This is the kind of guy that makes you feel good, though. Like, I've done this in only 1,200 games, whereas he's done it in 20,000. And this is pretty exhaustive. It's not like I played much, in real life or whatever. Uh, like, over the board or as a kid. 2 years of playing maybe 2,000 plus games if you include, well, easily 2,000, but, over 2,000 in terms of the in terms of chess.com and all these things combined, of course. All very minor things. I'm not really winning by any meaningful amount, so I don't know exactly. The queen moves can sometimes be the hardest because you're very rarely going to make the absolute best one. You're probably just going to make one that's sort of marginal at best. You take with the queen or the rook. This is still sitting there. Now we can do this, and the reason why is because any unleash would lead to a free queen take. But the reality is that it's not really that good because you could just move it back, so it doesn't matter. You could try to do a cute little thing like that. It's all these like sort of minor things. I'm not really doing anything, but the assumption is that they don't really know what they're doing either, so it's not that big of a deal. You bring it to here, he would just take. Nothing really crazy going on with that. You could set it there, but it's not going to do a whole lot for you. The dark square thing is kind of, I don't know. I'd love to do a trade, but I just can't even do it. So I wouldn't mind doing this where I could bring the dark square, but this would be bad because then I guess you're giving. No, it's not even a pass pawn though. Honestly, this might be what I want to do. Even as stupid as it seems, because of the simple fact that you're able to. Because of the simple fact that you're able to actually trade, right? I might have to go that far out of my way to do it. The bishop was sitting there the whole game and it just didn't do anything. You could also try to somehow preserve the threat to keep the bishop there, but like even now you have to trade because if you move the queen anywhere else, I get to take your rook then seemingly for free because right, where could you move it that would preserve the rook at the same time? Maybe there. We could redo this thing again. Okay, they just relent. I guess they could have gone maybe here, but then I could have, whatever, maybe made it annoying for them. It's not like I would have been under any major threat in doing that. So I'm relatively okay with this. And so all you have to do is figure a way to. Hard to say where exactly the bishop should be going in this case. I almost want to bring it back to the other side now. You have to play really accurate, really good on time, and everything will. This guy's kind of like me, it feels like. He's just kind of going through and just. But then again, it took him a whole. Like, really, that is disgusting. That many games, you should probably be a grandmaster, unironically. Like, I'm not even being mean. It's just like. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense. You could do this now, even if it's going to open the king. And the reason why is because it shouldn't really matter too much. especially if you know, all the light square diagonals are kind of blocked, so you put it here and then the rook can't even come in at all, and it still can't even do it for now. So it might not be as bad as you think. You go to here, I simply take, so you basically just got to get out of there, or I guess that does open up the light square diagonal in such a way that that's a very fascinating move, actually. That's almost just like a salt check. I'm just doing it because I'm salty about the position that we're in here. So what you can do is you can basically go here for now. Damn, he's really pressing the point with that. Let's just make it threefold repetition with a whole bunch of fucking checks. Damn it, this is such a bland position. You could go to here and thereby you might end up double taking a pawn in the process. Like if I take here, it opens up the whole diagonal, so that's what I don't like. Right, I don't really even want to do that. But if I do this, then he would take, I would take, he would take, I would take, he would still take. So what if I don't do that? Oh no, I blundered my pawn. Please don't take it. Fuck. I thought if he takes with the pawn, obviously you lose the thing. There shouldn't be any sort of fucking win condition here at all, but whatever, dude. Okay, now we're gonna somehow give him an opening. The reality is I did all that to avoid losing a pawn, so now that I lost the pawn anyway, I may as well have just done it. They would take, I would take, may as well just take, I guess. So you're giving him a very strong light square diagonal to work with here. Can't do anything with this, you can't do anything with this. You could raise, I could double take. I'm not really sure what this does, but I'll deal with it for now, I guess. You take, you check, I take, take, take. You know, you're never going to be able to reinforce this square necessarily. I'm down to here, I take. If you raise, I can take. Oh my god, it should be a draw, but I don't know what to tell you. You could even set it here for what that is worth. For the simple reality that, you know, you'll have this, you'll have this. Just don't blunder anything. We can trade. Even if we traded, I don't think it would be that big of a deal because I don't think I would lose because of it. Right, but this is a pass pawn, so maybe something would happen. This is going to come down to some sort of degenerate flagging cheese. Like, see, these are the positions that I create so often. Like, there's really nothing to it. There's really nothing going on. It's just like you can't really do anything. Even if he has like a little minor advantage, I'm acting like, oh no, because he has a pass pawn. But I have two pass pawns, but I'm too much of a coward clown to actually take advantage of it. So what does it matter? I wouldn't really want to do this, but I'll do it anyway. I don't care. You would think it would benefit him, but I think I could just leave this there and not even worry about it. To see, I do that because I get bored or lazy or something. You really shouldn't be able to do anything, but I'd love to see how he's able to. Right, I can just not even move this. Take, take, take. And again, it's not as though I don't have pass pawns too, right? I'm acting like, oh no, I gave him this one, like it's the end of the world. So you're going to take a guaranteed draw position. This is the moment that'll show you this is why chess isn't always a draw, except only at the high level, because low-rated players have some sort of integrity and aren't broken down by how cynical the game is, where, oh, you know, it is a draw, you know it's a draw, but you don't want to take a draw, so you're going to do some dumb clown shit like this, right? Like, why are you playing like that? Why are you doing that? You should have just gone up and just... Yeah, you really think that's going to work, bro? Although putting them both on the light square isn't the best idea, but I'm not intending to entirely keep it there. And so now you get to give a check there. We're blocking this, so it almost doesn't matter too much. Your king can't really go anywhere. And the reason why is because we can even push it back with this. If we do it now... Wait, no, now you can't even take still, but you can take the other one, I guess. And even if this moves, I can still take it, so it doesn't matter too much. Or I guess now you could still do that, so let me go back and try to force the king to move back, but I can't really force that because you can always just keep moving the bishop over and over. Oh, God. Okay, dude. Raise it, give a check. I mean, it should be. It should be a threefold repetition. I don't know why it wouldn't be. Now at least the king is covering there, so we're at least trying, but you never want to leave this because you can always just, you know, or I guess you can do it in still a more forward pressing way. So you're still covering it, but you have to be a little careful about it. So now you get to do like this. Do like this. You could taking the bishop. You could go like this. We are trying to push full throttle. You might have something here, but it might be too late by the time you do it. Give a check again. Go in again. I mean, just with the time alone, you would think I'm not worried about it. Look at this, the end game master. I'm the anaconda chess personality type. Like, what the fuck kind of dumb position was this? It would even be almost a mate at this stage where you have, or yeah, he just flags. It's possible that it's even winning there because you might not be able to convert this. So you may somehow, I don't care. Right, that's how every game is. Either I'm losing and then I win on time, or I'm winning or I lose on time. And again, time is a part of the game, but like that's one thing I agree with Kramnik on, where he's kind of salty about flagging, even though he always accuses everybody of cheating too. So that part I don't like. In fact, I'm the antithesis of that. But I I always give people the benefit of the doubt, and I don't really care. Although playing at a super high level is stupid too, because you know it's obvious that anybody could be cheating at any time online. It would be so easy to do if they really wanted to. But the other point is the simple fact that you have, I believe that flagging is degenerate, and you shouldn't really want to do it. Now people say, "Oh, but that's part of the game, and it's time, and it's blah blah blah." But it doesn't matter. Like, it's still not a good thing, and I still don't like it. It's like with the knight. The knight might be a fair part of the game because both players have to suffer for its incompetence, but it's still an objectively flawed piece. I'm never going to pretend like it's not just because, oh, it's part of the game, or no matter how good I get, or you can do puzzles and you can learn it. It's still objectively flawed. So that's just how it works. So that is actually my new highest peak rating. So at least we're showing that we're not completely out of touch. But again, I don't think I'm playing particularly well. And quite frankly, a lot of these games are technicality wins. So I'm going to game the system and get to 2000 like that, where you're not winning a single game by actually outplaying your opponent, but you're getting like these cheap little time wins. You're getting these cheap little, you know, just dumb things that you don't really deserve. Okay, see you later. Okay, so here I'll just do one of those little mini sessions like what we would do in the past. Like, I'll just play until I lose a game, or whatever, just play a couple, assuming I don't. But if I lose one, that should be the whole session because it's just like a bonus thing anyway. So let's try it. We have the little chess cube set. We did win the last game, so of course we get to keep the thing. Let me see here. That's kind of an unusual move. Yeah, we won the last thing, and just got to take it seriously, but we also got to be aware of time, to what extent that matters. Now that you almost shouldn't worry about saving. And so, but see, whether you do or not, I'm still fine with doing this. And in fact, even if you do, you're still not saving it. Right? It's like they would take, I would take, they would still take. So, like, I'm not doing it for that reason, but you could turn it into this, where now if they move it, but there's all kind of shit they can do. Now this I don't like because, oh, you want to stop the pin, but I guess it's okay for the simple fact that you're able to ignore that. And the reason why you're able to ignore it is because you could always bring the bishop back. Right, you could always bring the bishop back. So it's not truly pinned because you can at least cover it to that, you know. If you close off the pawn now, it's pinned in a way that's undesirable. It's because I hate this move and I find that very unintuitive. You can say whatever you want, oh, it's the best move and I should study how to play that, whatever. But it's not a case of it's not a case where that's actually an acceptable thing to do. And oh shit. This is why you don't move too fast, bro. It doesn't seem like a bad player, but I mean, look, dude, why are you trying to pre-move the opening at 1700 rating? Bruh. It kind of lags a little bit too. I don't know why. Some of these cosmetics maybe. So yeah, they played relatively normal, but what I don't get is, okay, see, this is what I mean. Like, who would do this? Like, what is that? But no, like, this is where beginners make bad moves. You're not supposed to do that to try to save these. Now, you theoretically could, like, if you go down the line of, you know, just whatever. I'm not paying attention to what black is doing. I'm just saying, like, you could get this as a good structure. There'd be nothing wrong with that. And then you can kind of put this one here or something. But no, that was kind of quick and easy. It's perfectly fine. 1865 again. I'm not afraid, but then again, it's not even worth their time because even if they do win, this matchmaking starts to get kind of dumb at this stage. It feels like, yeah, you get white 3 in a row. I'm totally hacking the site. Or maybe the fact that it says I'm streaming will sometimes scare them, like, oh, I'm a spur if I'm doing a speed run. But this site actually discourages those things more so than chess.com. So, or it's not even showing up. Or I don't think I even put it in my title. The whole point is that everybody's aborting me. What am I, in the United States of America? Haha, in 2024? Okay, they keep doing it until I'm no longer white. What the fuck? See, now this is where the psychology of it enters into the picture. Because it's like, look, man. Look. It should not be an issue, but... Or no, I should have already done that. Or this you could even do, but you can't do because of that. So I already made a misplay. I already messed up because they could have just taken this and then taken that. So now you get to... Well, first of all, you get to do this, which I like, because you get to trade for the bishop itself. And then regardless of what happens with that, you're simply able to now... Although my development is far from great right now. Whether you can put it here... Okay, what is this? What is this, dude? Just try to trade. Yeah, see, like, I'm already... I don't know. But now you're in a lot of a pickle. Not really, though. You could just move this. Let me take this. Okay, I don't know what's happening, but... Let's leave that for a minute and just try to figure out something else. Okay, everything's fine, although I didn't play that particularly well. And again, a 1590 is seeing crazy shit like that, so I better watch out, man. You go to here, and they can't pin it down. Not that the pin is particularly effective anyway. You can go like this, to which I could just simply take back. So everything's fine with the position. Cheese Master. Isn't this, like Gerardo the Cheese Challenger? That's what Nightmare would always call him. Now you'll take there, so you can either go here or there, which is hard for me to say. It's hard to say which one's actually better. There may be some sack play with that, I guess. So nothing crazy should happen. I just have to settle the game down where this guy apparently knows openings better than a lot of 1700s do, because what the fuck is he doing? You know, I made one basic mistake that he didn't even see, but then he does this crazy thing. If you just develop everything properly, those things won't happen. But then how are you supposed to know for every single position? But you are, because that's just how chess works. So this is kind of okay. So all you're trying to really do now is just consolidate the position where the dark square bishop itself is not in an ideal spot, though. And the reason why is because of the simple fact that you can go here, take, and that might not be so bad because you can just, you're letting yourself get caught up in a little bit too much of this where, well, I guess you just keep doing the same shit over and over. They would take and double take. Doesn't open up anything new for them, though. They would take, I would take, they wouldn't be able to do anything really. Check and potentially take. If you do this, I don't really want to do it. Right, that doesn't seem like something actually worthwhile. But then again, you may almost be trapped here where... Not really. But even at worst, like you sack it and then you bring the queen to give a check, but it's still not mate and you don't really have any good follow-up plays. But you always got to be aware of like how many pieces do they have around. If they had like a knight sitting around, then you could be fucked, right? That could be all it could take just to potentially do something. But in this scenario, you only have the bishop. The knight's too far away. The rooks are too far away. You shouldn't have anything to really worry about here. Yeah, these matchups are lopsided in a dumb way because it doesn't matter. Like, I'm playing an 1800, then I'm playing 1500. Like, what the fuck? It just shows you the site isn't as active as all that. Otherwise, that wouldn't be an issue. So now this goes there, which seems like a totally out of the place, out of the way move. I'd be more than happy to trade the queen. And even if you don't, it is greatly limiting your space here. And so now what you're, again, I can almost guarantee you that's not really a good move, but what is a good move here? I don't know. And I'm very happy with that. And you would think, oh, higher rated players shouldn't play like that, but it's exactly how I play anyway. So if you go to here, there's no problem with taking. You go to there, that's very cute. So you're guaranteeing the take on that, which doesn't actually bother me because of the simple fact that... Wait. Oh shit, that's what's really brilliant about the move, is the fact that you can't actually cover that. And okay, alright. I shouldn't play right now. No, you should maybe be able to trap that, but I don't really know. So I'm worried about a pawn, but then I give up the bishop itself. Like, forget it. He was playing at a good level, still, all things considered, but I just can't play. It's just... This is why I should go back to classical, because at least if I do it there, then... Not that it's really an excuse as far as time, but there is something to it. Like, where you're just not interested, you're not really playing, you're not really trying. We can easily end up taking that too, I'm sure. Like, we'll be sitting here all fucking day long with this shit. I don't know why it's so hard to break through the stupid ass position. Like, why is it so hard to just get rid of this stupid ass knight? Okay. I don't care. I mean, when you're like deliberately throwing is what it seems like, that I just don't care. Like, at least if he, whatever. He didn't play at a bad level, but it's just unbelievable. I don't even get it. Like, why am I getting even these matchups? Because it's like, now I'm going to lose some disproportionate amount. How do you even know that I'm doing that? Even I didn't know I was going to do that till the last second. And it's not even a good thing to do. Allows you to undouble, like, I just don't give a shit. Yeah, this is why it's good to set that rule. I'm just kind of in shock. Look how fast he's playing and everything. Like, who the fuck is this guy, and why is he only 1500? I'm so confused. Just give me a stalemate as you like. Even just the I guess he's a bullet player for what that's worth. Like 1500 is better than my. You know, I guess 13 is not actually too bad for that. That is an inexplicable game that I just can't even say anything. He didn't even do anything that crazy, but I was obviously just not paying attention at all. Like, I give up whatever potentially a pawn, but like this kind of shit, man, really? It's fairly obvious, but what am I supposed to do? Just go here. Yeah, and see, that's why it's not even that great of a move, because you're still giving up a pawn by doing it that the knight itself would have covered, right? So it's not even that great. But even from here, it's not too bad, but then what do? I just give up a bishop because I'm worried about the pawn. The queen trade tends to benefit me to the extent that you have this. So you would do this, but then you would just let him take. So even there, the engine can't even figure out how to save that stupid ass pawn. Like, if you didn't do that, I guess you're still losing pretty badly. I mean, look, dude, I'm not going to say I played well, but certain people would say certain things about that. I mean, I guess I played at a moderately high level. Maybe I'll do one more against my advice of, you know, I'll play till I lose one, because that ended so quickly. Let me maybe try to do one more. You have to change my stupid ass art and stuff, first of all, which is going to be now on Flickr because Imgur wasn't working. This is just all like my, not even channel art, but just my video thumbnails for like all my videos on my main YouTube channel, which is just random, but it gives sort of a little context to, you know, just every time you lose, you have to keep changing everything. So we had done the, I can't even entirely remember now what order they're in. Like, we would have this one, and then maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, this one will be like the same as the other one we did, just it's episode 10 instead of episode 9, but most of them aren't like this, so it won't really matter. But you have okay, I have to change the board, I have to change the set. And again, the boards are the least interesting part. I guess you could say I'm bored of them because you're not able to actually use them properly. And the reason why is because obviously, okay, chess cube, this is towards the bottom. Marble board, Meridia pieces. What was it? It was a chess cube, but I kind of forgot. Okay, we had gone through those. This one's actually not too bad of a set. Although the white pieces, I think I always say, are too white. I'm so confused. Where were we? Which one did we just do? I just saw it. Oh, here we go. Chess cube beta. I mean, these are basically the same, so I don't see why I shouldn't really do that, right? They're so slightly different. The black just seems like a little thicker on the knight, maybe. You had the chess cube. Okay, so chess cube live is the same kind of thing. This is nothing. This is nothing. This is nothing. Magnus app. I would like this one to actually work, but it just doesn't. And I remember that it did too, or maybe there's some other cosmetic that's conflicting with it, or maybe it just takes a super long time to load in. I knew it would work, but will it work fully is the question. Really? Doesn't even make sense. So the king and the two rooks don't work, but everything else does. and only for black. So obviously I'm not going to mess around with that. So is Magnus abnormal over here? Maple board chest, no. Maple board, no. Maple board, no. Mayura is pretty nice. This is a pretty simple one. This is one of the first ones that I think I used too for some reason. It would always appear like in the top of the list. So let's count it as far as whatever. I shouldn't lose another one anyway. So 1634 is not too bad, but yeah, I don't get why some of these matchups are so off. You would think that's not a bad thing to complain about because you have you have the ability to basically, you know, you should be able to take advantage of that. So it's a good thing, but you can do this because it's not covering that anyway. And so you're guaranteed to lose the bishop, which is a good, important dynamic at the beginning of the game. I could take, they could take, I could take, they could still take. But you're also threatening the knight here, I guess, to the extent that you have to address it. Now I don't have to do anything, and I can just take, even if it doesn't mess up your pawns too much. This one is covering this, so let me try to be a little cute and see what this does, because it doesn't seem like it doesn't really seem like there's much he can do. But when you leave these positions hanging like this, it can be a little problematic for sure. So now you're hitting this, right? You're double threatening. So I mean, reasonably, you could still take too. That's the whole beauty of it. You could still take. So if I would take, but it would create a problem with the castling position. So now it should still be relatively the same, right? You could always, I guess, recover that. I wasn't expecting you to do that, but I guess it's okay. So you attack the knight, which has no real importance, unless, of course, you decide to basically... No, but you know what? I would take, you would pin, I would take, and then you would take, and then... I would take, you would pin, I would take, you would take, I would take... It should be mathematically fine. Okay. I take, and then you pin, and then I take the knight, you take the queen, I take the queen, you take the knight, I take the rook, or it could be I take the knight, you take the queen, I take the queen, you take the rook, I take, and then you end up taking the knight though. But I guess I would have already taken your knight though. I would take the knight, you take the queen, so then you get the knight back. I'm gonna do it, but it's probably not good. Now what you can do is you can basically say, okay, go ahead and do it. To which you could maybe think you're going to do this, which you can't even do at all, in fact. But the reality is that you can do this. Now, even if you take, I take, and if you take the knight, then I can just move. And so you're not even going to worry about it. And so now you basically get to... You can go there, which is cute, but what does it really do that's not consequential? It's kind of just like... You can take the bishop if you really want. Which normally I would do that and I would consider it worth it. This seems kind of in an undesirable spot, but I would still not mind trading it. You can go ahead and try to take here. Nothing really too crazy happening. You can't do anything with that. You look at how little time these people use, though. This is part of the reason why maybe they struggle, or it shows you they're better than what they play as, or whatever. So now... Seems like a very reasonable, comfortable position. that honestly doesn't bother me at all, and you won't be able to keep it there for any extended period of time. And the reason why, go ahead, take that, then I'll just double take. I'll take this for free. But the point is that it is problematic, but you have to move it. And at this stage, you get to take here. And so now everything is fine. You have the ability to basically try to do this. And the reason why that's good is because you have this, but you also have, even if you trade the rook, I can take right back. This one is no longer under threat, obviously, because we took the bishop itself. So they theoretically could have done that, but then I would have just done this. And then if they take, I take, so it wouldn't have been worth it. Bro is struggling with his internet. I'm not even up by any meaningful amount. You can always just go there or something. So we play like 3 games and we'll beat everybody besides the 1590 who plays like at a god level. And again, everybody's always just faster. So that's part of the reason why if everybody used their time like I use my time, that would immediately change the dynamic of it. And I would lose a lot of these because I'm slower. A lot of that has to do with borrowed knowledge, studying. You just kind of know it by heart rather than having to figure it out on the spot, which to me, that's like the least important thing, but somehow. So let's just see. That first game was extremely easy, so maybe it made me put my guard off, where that second game was a shock. But I do get annoyed by some of these matchups. It should be somebody around, like within 50 up or down. I think you can change that too as you queue up, but it doesn't matter. It should just be whatever you want. And it should be relative. Like, you know, oh, a 1590 then should be easier to beat. And then an 1800, even if they beat me, shouldn't cost me too much rating. But it's sometimes just annoying that that happens so often. So +7, I wasn't even in that good of a position, so I don't know why these people do that. Right, I don't think it was that good at all. I always end up in these positions where I'm like, you know, pawn up or something at the beginning of the game. 3 blunders. It's hard for me to believe that you would have so many at that early a stage in the game. Or whoops, I keep thinking I'm black because, oh, it's like the lighter color. Or I'm white, I mean. Right, this is the lighter color, but it's actually black. 1679 is perfectly fine. And you can go like this. There's no question that you could take it. That's the thing. You could absolutely take it. And I don't see the problem. So did they already just make a blunder like that? Because that's amazing. So now you could just kind of waste a little bit of time by doing this. Or rather, like, would it be worth it now to go so far out of your way to do this? And the answer is, because otherwise you'll lose that. And the answer is maybe you don't have to worry about any of it. Just go like this, and then you cover it and cover that as well. So even if you want to take, go ahead, take. And then even if you want to, you'll take, I'll take. See, I don't think this guy really knows what he's doing, but you would have plenty of options to still do that. So I don't see the problem. See, we're already out of my prep in an undesirable position. He can stop me from castling, but he's going to dictate how this game goes because I'm going to play it in such a weird way that, you know, we may as well play into it then. Fuck it. They would take, I would take, it's fine. You have to address the stupid ass bishop, to which I can still attack the stupid ass knight. And if I can do that, they would take, I would take, oh my god. Now we can go ahead and do this one. Like, look what a mess you've made. Quite a mess you've made. Like Safin says at the end of fucking James Bond. Like, what the fuck are you doing, man? I'm not even saying that, oh, all this is part of my plan. I don't know what the fuck is going on, but he's playing in such an ugly, disgusting, aesthetically displeasing manner that is just unacceptable. They would take, I would take, they would take, I would take, they would take. Somehow gonna mate my dumbass. I don't see what this even does. Or no, I should see what it does. This can go to here, or you could raise something else. Why don't we raise the queen? This is gonna end up being what it is anyway. And it doesn't change the fact that you can still take the stupid ass rook. I mean, you could have covered it by developing the knight, which you could maybe, I don't know, now you're going to lose it maybe for nothing. You could have at least guaranteed that it was like a 3 for 5 trade. Did you know that chess pieces were originally meant to be all even in value, like in Chaturanga? Like, oh, the fucking, well, not really, but there's like some weird premise like that. Oh, bishops and rooks are supposed to be even because one moves horizontal and vertical and one moves diagonal, so it should be the same. But even just on an intuitive level, it's better, right? Like it's just easier to figure out and things like this. But it is, let me see. But no, there was some almost, people give these games sometimes too much credit. Even if you make something that is oh so impressive, it's not really a case where it was always intended to be like that. Now, you may very well lose this, but I'm a modest +7, so maybe I can afford to. But let's try to still expertly figure out how we could potentially save this, and the way that you could do that is by maybe perpetually threatening his shit here. So you go ahead, you go to there. And so now, at least if you take this, you would basically be able to escape with it there. And then they it would still be worth it, sort of, but maybe I'm going too far out of my way to do this. And if you can get my knight to move, that could be problematic a little bit. But no, they played such an ugly, messy game that you almost deserve this fate. I didn't do anything. I don't play like this. Like, I would play more clean, more simple. You know, you just did it to yourself. Let me see. What did I get to here? Sometimes it gives me a heart attack. Like I'm gonna. Oh, I just got mated, so it plays that sound. But what do we have here? 25. Again, I don't mean to get cocky, but sometimes these 17s aren't all that they're cracked out to be. So let me see what I can do here. You want to do? You know what? That's enough. We don't need to jinx it. See you later.